Happy First Night Monterey, where your year starts here. We're ready to bring in the new year, and this is a first night first. We have a special New Year's Eve program for you. We've joined with other first nights throughout the United States, St. Petersburg, Florida, Springfield, Illinois, where I grew up, the land of Lincoln. And we're going to bring a program that's going to bring you the traditional ways that we first night, hopefully bring joy, happiness to your new year, and provide a way to make your resolutions with your entire family. So happy first night and happy first New Year's Eve.
Hi friends, I'm Miss Cassidy from Miss Cassidy Creates, and I am so excited to have been invited by the wonderful folks at my museum to join you here at First Night Monterey. I know we've all been missing my museum and their wonderful activities and people that make it so special. And so I'm very honored that they asked me to come and try to bring a fun little activity to you at home to celebrate New Year's. So today we're going to make ourselves a storytelling adventure jar. Now all you need for this activity is an empty jar or an empty cardboard box or an empty bag, anything clean and empty that we can fill up with our ideas for our story. To come up with those ideas, you're going to need some writing utensils, some slips of paper, and most importantly, your imagination. This is an excellent activity to do with the whole family. Everybody can take turns writing ideas for things to go in our story. They can be people, they can be places, they can be things, they can be verbs. If you're getting to that point in school where you're learning about the different parts of speech, things that we do are verbs. It can really be anything you want, anything that comes out of your imagination. So I'm going to start with some kind of basic stuff, like how about a playground? That's a good place, right? And a person, how about me? I'm going to put in Miss Cassidy. And you can fill it with all sorts of exciting, wonderful things or super normal everyday things because you're going to make up the story as you're being inspired by all of our pieces of paper. So it might seem like it's something calm or boring, but when you spice it up with your own imagination, your own storytelling ability, I bet it gets even more exciting. I'm going to switch colors just because I like to make things colorful. Now, I have never been lucky enough to go and visit Monterey or any of the wonderful things you have there. But I did have some friends that shared with me some things that make Monterey extra special. Like the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I love aquariums. I love everything about the ocean. So I would love to go to the aquarium and learn about that. And I've heard about all these wonderful activities that we have at the My Museum, like the My Theater. I know there's some other really well-known things about Monterey, like your beautiful beaches and all of the creatures that come along with that. Now, I don't know about you, but I am a big fan of sea otters. Sea otters are some of my favorite animals, so I would love to see some sea otters if I got to come to Monterey. And you can keep going, writing as many different ideas as you can and throwing them into your storytelling jar. You can each take turns adding one or two, or you can have one person stack a whole jar with ideas and make somebody else tell the story. It's completely up to you. All right. Are you ready to go on a very special Monterey-themed storytelling adventure with me? I'm ready. Let's do it. All right. Once upon a time, Miss Cassidy decided to go on an adventure. Miss Cassidy had never been to Monterey, California before, but she had heard that it was a pretty cool place to learn things and to make new friends and to discover something new and exciting. So she decided that one of the first places she needed to visit when she made it to Monterey was this incredible place called the My Museum, and especially the My Theater. Now, Miss Cassidy had a bit of a flair for the dramatic. She enjoyed getting on stage and putting on silly costumes and making people laugh and telling them stories. So the My Theater seemed like the perfect place to go and do all of those things because they had costumes. They had a stage. They had all of these wonderful things that Miss Cassidy knew she would enjoy. She knew her next stop had to be the aquarium. And when she got to the aquarium, she noticed something strange was going on. She was the only one there. Everywhere she looked, she could see creatures and animals, but she couldn't seem to find any other humans. This seemed like quite a strange happening. Suddenly, she wandered upon one person, and Miss Cassidy asked, "Excuse me, but who are you?" "I am a teacher," the friend said. Miss Cassidy's new friend was a teacher. "Well, can you teach me about Monterey and maybe about where everybody else is right now?" "Of course I can, Miss Cassidy. That's my job." "What would you like to learn about?" "Well, I heard that there was this really amazing place at my museum called the Imagitree, where I can go up 2 levels and take a slide all the way down." "Yes, that's true, Miss Cassidy," said her new friend, the teacher. "There is the Imagitree, along with a lot of wonderful things in Monterey." "But where are all the other people?" Miss Cassidy asked. "Well, I think some of our friends might have heard you were coming to town, Miss Cassidy, and they decided they wanted to throw you a special surprise." "Well, I love surprises. What kind of surprise?" "Well, all of our friends who aren't at the aquarium right now are busy at the creation station at my museum." "The creation station?" said Miss Cassidy. "What is that?" "Well, it's exactly what it sounds like, silly," said the teacher. "It's a place where you can go and find bins filled with all sorts of wonderful supplies so you can create anything you can imagine." "Well, I love creating," said Miss Cassidy. "It's one of my favorite things." "It sounds like the creation station might be a good place for you to go. But for right now," the teacher said, "all of our friends are busy creating things to celebrate your visit here to Monterey." "Oh, that makes me feel so special. I feel like I need to do something now for them. I need to prepare. I didn't create anything for them. Maybe my new friends that are throwing me the party at my museum might want some candy." "Do you think they might enjoy some candy?" Miss Cassidy asked the teacher. "Of course they would," said the teacher. "Everybody enjoys candy." So off they went, leaving the aquarium and all of the amazing creatures all around them to get some candy and get ready to go find Miss Cassidy's new friends who were throwing her the party at my museum. "Now, Miss Cassidy," said her new friend, the teacher, "candy is wonderful, as we've discussed. Everybody loves candy. But did you know that Monterey is really known for lettuce? We provide lettuce for the entire world." "The entire world," Miss Cassidy said. "That's a lot of lettuce. I guess we should get some lettuce as well to celebrate. Because, if you're going to have some candy, you should also eat your vegetables. Gotta balance that out a little bit." "That's a very smart idea," said the teacher. So off they went to get some candy and also some lettuce. "Well, if we're going to have candy," said Miss Cassidy, "and we're going to have lettuce, maybe we should get one more thing?" "What were you thinking?" said her new friend, the teacher. "Who doesn't love pizza?" said Miss Cassidy. "I have never met anybody that doesn't like to make friends enjoying either candy, lettuce, or pizza. There's no way you can't like all 3 of those things. You gotta like at least one of them." "I think that's a good idea," said the teacher. "That way everybody can have something that they would like." Suddenly, they spotted an African penguin who had escaped from the aquarium. The teacher was very concerned. The African penguins should not be outside of their home in the aquarium. "Well, that makes sense," said Miss Cassidy. "I guess we have to help out our African penguin friend, make sure he gets home safe. That would be very nice if you could help me with that." Well, of course, said Miss Cassidy. All of a sudden, next to that African penguin was also a sea otter. Now, Miss Cassidy was very excited about seeing a sea otter, but very confused as to why she was seeing one when she was out looking for pizza and candy and lettuce. Mr. Otter, said Miss Cassidy, what are you doing so far away from your home, the aquarium? Well, said the otter, we heard that there was a new friend here in Monterey, California, who wanted to meet some of our more special animal creatures. Oh my goodness, thought Miss Cassidy, could this sea otter be talking about me? Well, I'm new to Monterey, said Miss Cassidy, and I would love to make some special sea creature friends. Well, you're in luck, said the sea otter, because we are here to join the party. I hear there's going to be pizza and lettuce and candy. There are going to be all of those things, said Miss Cassidy. Do you like any of those things? Well, otters don't particularly eat any of those things. However, we understand you humans quite like them. Well, that's true, said Miss Cassidy. Now, what about your African penguin friend? And the sea otter said, the African penguin would like to show you around some of our wonderful neighborhoods here in Monterey. Well, I would love that, said Miss Cassidy. She looked at her friend, the teacher, and said, do you think we can explore a little bit before we go to our party? Of course, said the teacher. There's always time to explore. Excellent, said the sea otter. And off they went to Marina, Seaside, and Pacific Grove. All day, Miss Cassidy traveled around Monterey with her new friends, the otter, the African penguin, and her teacher friend, as she explored all of the wonderful things. And luckily, since they had picked up lettuce, candy, and pizza, they had some snacks for their very long journey. Once they had finished exploring all of those wonderful places, Miss Cassidy decided that she was feeling a little blue. What could possibly be wrong, said the sea otter. We've shown you all of these amazing things about Monterey. I know, and they've all been very exciting, said Miss Cassidy. But I really was looking forward to going to my museum and having a party with all of my friends. Do you think maybe now we can go over and see the wonderful things they created for me at the creation station? Absolutely, said the sea otter. It is time. And as they walked through a playground, heading back to my museum, Miss Cassidy was very excited for the new friends that she might make and for all of the wonderful things she had already learned that day. She had taken a very long airplane ride to make it to Monterey, and it had been so worth it already. She couldn't possibly imagine how it could get even better. When she arrived at my museum, she realized that, of course, it could get better because they had all sorts of amazing things to play with, which was one of Miss Cassidy's favorite things next to creating and snacking and sea otters. Right after all of those things, playing was her next favorite thing. So she walked into my museum and looked all around her at the amazing things that she could play with and learn about. She was so grateful that she had discovered downtown Monterey and Pacific Grove and Marina and all of the wonderful places. But my museum seemed like one of the coolest places of all. She knew that by using her imagination, she could travel to so many interesting places within my museum. She could go up the Imagitree. She could go to my theater. She could go to the My Town Hall. And her imagination could really take her anywhere. So off they went to the creation station to see the amazing decorations made for Miss Cassidy's arrival by all the wonderful folks at my museum. And they had a grand time celebrating and learning and enjoying each other. The end. And just like that, you've told a whole story using your imagination to fly through all of these awesome ideas that you filled your jar with. You can take turns where somebody picks out one piece of paper and tells part of the story and then passes it along. Or you can do what I do and tell the whole story yourself. Remember, the possibilities are really endless. Thank you so much for having me here with you. It's been so much fun. I hope you had a good time. I hope you take some more storytelling adventures with your family and friends. And I want to wish you all, on behalf of my museum, a Happy New Year. I'm Miss Cassidy from Miss Cassidy Creates. Thanks so much, friends. Keep on smiling, and I'll see you real soon. Bye!
Hi everyone, welcome to Zumbini with Miss Sharon. We are going to get up and warm up our bodies and have fun and move and sing. Are you ready? Here we go! So now that we're nice and warm, you can get a scarf or a handkerchief or whatever you have at home that you can use as a scarf. Here we go, so we can move it along. You ready? Let's do it.
Let's go right.
front of your face and sing with me. Watch me with my scarf play peek-a-boo. Watch me with my scarf play peek-a-boo. Watch me with my scarf play peek-a-boo. Peek-a-boo. Good job. All right. Well, let's take our scarf and wrap it up really, 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 really tiny. And when you're ready, we're going to throw it up on 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Good job. Excellent, excellent. For this next song, we're going to use sticks, or you can use spoons that are wooden, though. They're made out of wood. So go ahead quickly and grab some wooden spoons. And I'm going to use my chair because at some point I want to tap. So I'm going to make sure I have my tapping surface here. Okay? So go ahead and grab something that you can tap with, and we can get ready. All right. Here we go, guys.
Can you get your sticks? Just go like this. I can get my sticks. They go like this. Can you get your sticks? Just go like this. I can get my sticks. They go like this. I can kick them high. I can kick them low. I can kick them fast. I can kick them slow. I can kick them high. I can kick them low. I can kick them fast. I can kick them slow. Can you kick your sticks? Just go like this. I can kick my sticks. They go like this. Can you kick your sticks? Just go like this. I can kick my sticks. They go like this. I can kick them low. I can kick them fast. I can kick them slow. I can kick them high. And I can kick them low. I can kick them fast. I can kick them slow.
Good job. Now, can you tap really fast for me? Like so. Shh. One more time. Good job. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's put these away. And now we are going to get our bodies moving again. Are you ready? Let me get my chair out of the way. Here we go.
Come on, everybody, let's get happy. Oh, yeah. Come sing a happy song. Everybody sing along. Come sing a happy song with me. H-A-P-P-Y. Raise your hands up to the sky. H-A-P-P-Y. Raise your hands up high. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. H-A-P-P-Y. Raise your hands up to the sky. H-A-P-P-Y. Raise your hands up high. Happy song with me.
Good job. Look, you get to spell happy with me. Good job, everyone. For this next song, we are going to get some eggs. shakers. So anything that you have that you can shake. It could be maybe a box with rice or with beans, anything like that, and you can get to shake. Here we go.
I think it's time for breakfast. Breakfast, breakfast, that's my yummy breakfast. Breakfast, breakfast, I want to eat. Breakfast, breakfast, that's my yummy breakfast. Breakfast, breakfast, I want to eat. I am really hungry, I want to eat. I am really hungry, I want to eat. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum. Oh, lunch is next. Lunch, lunch, that's my yummy lunch. Lunch, lunch, I want to eat. Lunch, lunch, that's my yummy lunch. Lunch, lunch, I want to eat. Let's go. I am really hungry, I want to eat. I am really hungry, I want to eat. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum. Now it's time to dance, let's go. Woo! That was really good. How about dinner? Dinner, dinner, that's my yummy dinner. Dinner, dinner, I want to eat. Dinner, dinner, that's my yummy dinner. Dinner, dinner, I want to eat. I am really hungry, I want to eat. I am really hungry, I want to eat. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum. Yummy, 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 yum, yummy, yum, yum, yum.
Give yourselves a big shake. Good job. You guys are so good at this. Oh boy. Well, how about we move our bodies? So I'm going to put my eggs around all the way in my basket. And for the next song, you're going to show me your hands and we're going to clap. And then you're going to show me your knees that you can bend and can jump, jump, jump. Yes? Okay, here we go.
Watch me with my hands go clap, clap, clap. Watch me with my hands go clap, clap, clap. Watch me with my hands go clap, clap, clap. Let's all clap like this. Watch me with my feet go march, march, march. Watch me with my feet go march, march, march. Watch me with my feet go march, march, march. Let's all march like this. Sometimes when I'm dancing, I get kinda tired, so I go down low, then I go up high. Dancing makes me happy, I can feel the music. Here we go again. Watch me bend my knees and jump, jump, jump. Watch me bend my knees and jump, jump, jump. Watch me bend my knees and jump, jump, jump. Let's all jump like this. Watch me with my hips go woo. Watch me with my hips go woo. Watch me with my hips go woo. Let's all move like this. Sometimes when I'm dancing, I get kinda tired, so I go down low, then I go up high. Dancing makes me happy, I can feel the music. Here we go again. Now listen, watch me go on tiptoe. Shh. Watch me go on tiptoe. Shh. Watch me go on tiptoe. Shh. Now let's get real loud. Listen with my feet go stomp, stomp, stomp. Listen with my feet go stomp, stomp, stomp. Listen with my feet go stomp, stomp, stomp. Let's high. So I go down low, then I go up high. Dancing makes me happy, I can feel the music, but this is the end.
Excellent job, everyone. Give yourselves a big hand. Pat yourself on the shoulders because you were super awesome. Thank you so much for that. Well, this is the end of our class. Thank you so much for joining Miss Sharon and for having fun and dancing and moving. Make sure you continue to move because during this time, that's exactly what we need. Happy holidays.
As Artistic Director of Monterey Peninsula Ballet Theater, I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of the mission and foundation of our organization. We focus on the arts education and betterment of youth in our community and are so delighted in these moments and in this COVID timeframe to be able to offer our students as well as this community the opportunity to take stage, expressing themselves and having the opportunity to bond, come together, and work in a safe and effective environment for their betterment. We thank you so much for your support through these times and our many years since our foundation in 2017, and look forward to many more years to come, taking the stage as the curtain opens and closes in the years to come. Thank you again for your support, love, and continued dedication to this organization and organizations providing the betterment of youth in our community. Thank you again.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm here with Guitars Not Guns, and I'm very thankful to have a chance to play here in First Night Monterey. And now, the first song I'm going to play today is a cover of John Mayer's Daughters. And I love this song because, in the world we're living in now, it's just very bad, and some people are already broken from what they've been through and what they are going through. So with this song, I really want to emphasize the message of giving love and being kind to others. So I hope y'all enjoy it. this next song is one of my originals, and this one's just talking about when you ever have that experience when you see just a beautiful stranger, whether it's in the store or anywhere else. You just see like that person, and then you don't know them, but like you just say, "Oh wow, beautiful stranger." So this is my original, and I call it "Saw Her from Across the Room." So I hope y'all enjoy it. I saw from across the room, I couldn't help myself. All my thoughts were on her and no one else. And I think to myself, what could her name be? It's probably as beautiful as she. But I don't know her, I just saw her from across the room. Throughout the day, no matter what I did, I just couldn't seem to get her out of my head. What can you expect from someone so beautiful? I guess you could say she was unforgettable. I would have killed for a smile from her. I would have killed to say hello, how are you? But I don't know her, I just saw her from across the room. But I don't know her, I just saw her from across the room. Thank you. Now this next song is my original also, and I hope you all will enjoy it. It's a Christmas song that I wrote, and I call it Christmas Morning, so I hope you all enjoy it. Christmas lights, mistletoe, staying inside, 'cause outside's too cold. I wanna wrap you in my arms while singing Christmas songs. I don't wanna ask for much this year. I'm just thankful that you're here. But oh, darling, you don't gotta gift me anything, 'cause your loving is all I want and need. I'll be more than happy if I can hold you on Christmas morning. Jingle bell rock playing through the hall. We start singing be it, and I'm very thankful that I get to play here with Guitars Not Guns and at First Night Monterey. So thank you so much to all of you, and have a happy holidays. Stay safe. Much love to you all.
So you tried once and you failed. We can't get lazy when things get crazy. Children, listen. You were not the first to try, and you won't be the last. But I'll tell you this. I'm going to keep learning until someday somebody breaks through. And I've been looking at that door a lot longer than you.
What door?
The front door. There's a light in the darkness, though the night is black as my skin. There's a light burning bright, showing me the way. 'Cause I know where I've been. There's a cry in the distance. It's a voice that comes from deep within. There's a cry asking why. I pray the answers up ahead. 'Cause I know where I've been. There's a road we've been traveling, lost so many on the way. But the riches will be when worth the price we had to pay. There's a dream in the future. There's a struggle that we have yet to win. But there's pride in my heart, 'cause I know where I'm going, and I know where I've There's a struggle that we have yet to win. You just run and I to live this life till tomorrow. 'Cause justice is here when we have said, oh, I know where I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now ready to consume the title of Miss Teenager's Grade.
Just to be sure, I think we better check the board. What do you say, Mr. Spritzer?
Yes, let's check the board. Oh, and with a hustle, squeaks in for the win.
Not so fast, Amber. Look who's coming through the front door.
Nothing about my complex plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you're never to be counted out. Tracy Turnblad!
said hands. That worked.
You keep your stupid crown, Amber. I've got my heart set on something a lot more important.
Would that happen to be me?
Of course you, Link. But I'd also like a graduate degree in musicology with a minor in ethnic studies. And there's something else I'd like to say. The Corny Collins Show is now and forevermore officially integrated!
Look up! Here's history right before your very eyes! Television will never be the same!
This is amazing! The telephones are going crazy! The entire country is watching! Even the governor called. He likes the show so much that he's granted Tracy a pardon. Plus, a scholarship to Essex Community College. Tell the Van Tussle you are a genius.
I am. Yes. Yes, I am.
Ultra Crunch is going to start a whole new line of products, and I want this woman here to head the campaign.
I just don't know what to say.
You'll have your own office, a company car, a multi-figure salary.
I just don't know what to say.
Velma Van Tussle, you're the new vice president of Ultra Glow. Beauty products for women of color.
I just don't know what to say.
And the entire country wants you to sing the new theme song. I can get you a recording contract.
My big break! Give me back my daughter! I know you got her, I saw her on TV.
Oh, Penny. I hardly recognized you all done up like that.
I'm a pretty girl, Mama.
And you look so happy. Well, I can't say it's what I want, but if this fine-looking cat-like black boy is responsible for the light in your eyes, then how can I object?
This may not be the right moment since we're on national TV and all. Tracy, if I don't kiss you right now, I might just bust a gut.
We wouldn't want you to hurt yourself now, would we?
That's my girl!
I can't believe they said. Will someone please tell me this? If she came in through the front door, what the hell is in that cat?
My masterpiece. This could be the largest novelty item ever erected. Fire!
I missed! I've been stuck in that can since lunch. I would rush right in the round for me if I was you.
We did it, Mama. We're on national television.
National television? America! I made this myself. It's not my happiness, 'cause I like the way I am. And you just can't stop my knife and fork when I see a Christmas hand. So if you don't like the way I look, well, I just don't give a damn. 'Cause the world keeps spinning round and round, and my heart's beating time to the speed of sound. I was lost till I heard the drums round down my way. You can't stop the beat, ever since this whole world began. A woman high, she can shake up and down. So I know shake is the best that I can do today. I can't stop the motion of the ocean, I was running sky.
Oh, lady. Howdy, folks. My name is Randy Irwin, and I'll be singing a few cowboy songs for you. I'm glad to be here with you on first night. I hope you enjoy them. Cattle are prowling, coyotes howling, way out where the doggies bawl. Spurs are a jingling, the cowboy is singing, his lonesome cattle call. Ooh, diddle-de-oh. Oh, lady, he rides in the sun, and the work is all done, and he rounds up the cattle each fall. Ooh, diddle-de-oh. Oh, lady, he's brown as a berry, riding the prairie he sings, rather an old western drawl. Ooh, diddle-de-oh. Oh, lady, light as a feather, and all kinds of weather, and everything wild can't be wrong. Ooh, diddle-de-oh. Singing a cattle call. Well, that's a good old tune now. You know, I'm going to be singing an old song from a Roy Rogers movie, one of the many wonderful movies that he made. There's a girl in this world who is singing the blues. She's upset, cold, and wet. Her head to her shoes. She was sweet, very sweet. She couldn't be beat. But she's all wet now. I can see, plainly see, that she's thinking of me. If she tried to get dry, how happy we'd be. She was such a pretty girl when her hair was in a curl. But she's all wet now. When she was just a little tot, said mother to her daughter, I want you to learn to swim, but don't go near the water. Though she disobeyed her mom and near it anyhow. She got wet, you can bet she's paying for it now. Now she's walking the floor and the time passing by, wet as can be and ready to cry. She had a girlish charm when she was dry and warm, but she's all wet now. Well, no set of cowboy songs would be complete without a train song. This is an old Jimmy Rogers train song. waiting for a train. 1,000 miles away from home, sleeping in the rain. Well, I walked up to a brakeman to give him a line of talk. He says, if you got money, I'll see that you don't walk. Well, I haven't got a nickel, not a penny can I show. And off head on the railroad bum, the slam boxcar door. Oh, the well, they put me off in Texas, a state I dearly love. Wide open spaces all around me, the moon and stars up above. Well, nobody seemed to want me, all lend me a helping hand. On my way from Frisco, on back to Dixieland, oh, my pocketbook is empty, and my heart is full of pain. I'm 1,000 miles away from home, just waiting for a train. Oh, well, I'm gonna do another Roy Rogers tune. It's a tune by a fellow named Cole Porter. Wildcat Willie, looking mighty pale, standing by the sheriff's side. And when that sheriff said, I'm sending you to jail, Wildcat raised his head and cried, oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in, let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in, let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me out wherever, but I ask you please. Don't fence me in, just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western sky. On my ice, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountain rise. Let me ride to the ridge where the west commences, and at the moon till I lose my senses, and look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in, just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western sky. On my high use, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountain rise. Let me ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon until I lose my senses, and look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in, no, no, don't fence me in. Here's a song from vaudeville that you might be familiar with. It was made famous by a fellow by the name of Emmett Miller, who had what they called a clarinet voice, a clarinet style voice, an old time jazz sort of singing. I'm in love with a beautiful gal. That was the matter with me. I'm in love with a beautiful gal. She don't care about me. I tried and I tried to keep her satisfied, but she just couldn't see it. How did you get a lady? That's all I got to say. I got a feeling cause I'm blue to lose all house, my baby say goodbye. I don't know what I'm gonna do. All I do is try to lose all house. That someday she say goodbye. Lord, I thought I would die as you do He's got that kind of loving. Lord, love to hear me call me baby, his beautiful dream. And anything get on a load, I love my heart it sings. Girls and you, that girl somehow. But I love somebody, sugar daddy now. I'm a lonesome, I got the love is the blue. I'm in love with a beautiful gal. That's what's the matter with me. I'm in love with a beautiful gal. She don't care about me. I tried to keep her satisfied, but she just can't see it. How did you get a lady? Eventually, this is all I got to say. I got a feeling 'cause I'm blue, oh Lord, my baby said goodbye. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I lost my heart, it seems. I'm gonna sing you and I can get them high. And I'm nobody's daddy now. Lonesome, I gotta love everything blue. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna finish up with a good old Gene Autry song. He used to sing it to close out his radio show every week. And a group by the called Rogers and Scott added a really nice yodel to it, which I immediately stole. Here it goes. Back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jameson weed. Back in the saddle again, I'm riding the range once more, hoping my old 44, where we sleep out every night and he only lost his ride. Back in the saddle again, hooked it high, oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again, hooked it high, hey, I go my way. Back in the saddle again. Good night, Ranger Doug, wherever you are. I didn't know, Adios, everybody.
Happy New Year! You know it is the end of 2023. And here we are as First Night Monterey presents Live from the Lot, our Halloween concert. You're going to have 3 bands tonight. You're going to have a great time. We're going to start off with a band called Heartstrings. These people behind us, they've been together for more than 20 years. They're local. The members are Paulette Lynch on hammer dulcimer. Wait till you see what this does. Margin Grundialis on guitar. Rick Chalou on bass. Laura Burian on violin. And Mike Osgood on mandolin. These people are awesome. They do reels and jigs and all kinds of wonderful homey music. Please give it up for Heartstrings.
That was Lover's Waltz by Jay Unger. And we are Heartstrings, Monterey. We like to travel around the world, literally, but can't do it right now, and musically. So here's our first set. The first tune in this set is one of the many tunes about Bonaparte, and we'll take it from there.
1, 2, 3.
Don't be afraid to dance. There's plenty of room. Go for it.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year. Happy Blue Moon. Happy Full Moon. Happy Halloween. Our next piece is going to feature Paulette Lynch on Hammer Dulcimer. As an all-strings band, we do not appreciate changes in temperature. I've had to tighten my bow about 12 times since getting on this stage. Next, we're going to travel all the way to Santa Cruz, California, for the Teabag Blues. You know that feeling when it's that very last teabag, and you know there's no more? That's the Teabag Blues. a shout out to our amazing sound and light and production crew. You guys are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A big thanks to the City of Carmel, to the Sunset Center, and of course to First Night, as well as all our neighbors. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our next performance comes to us live from St. Petersburg, Florida, celebrating 28 years of bringing the St. Pete's community together. They're a real favorite of First Night St. Pete's and sure to be one of yours.
Never miss the water till the well runs dry. Until that well runs dry. Don't you know you never miss your baby till she says goodbye. Never miss the water till the well runs dry. Until that well runs dry. Don't you know you never miss your baby till she says goodbye. Every day I'll have the blues. Every day I'll have the blues. Talking about bad luck and trouble, 'cause it's you I hate to lose. Every day I'll have the blues. Every day I'll have the blues. Talking about bad luck and trouble, 'cause it's you I hate to lose. Oh, Danny.
this moment sweet again. We won't say goodnight until the last minute. I'll hold out my hand, and my heart will be in there for all we know. This may only be a dream. We come and go like the ripples on a stream. So love me tonight. Tomorrow was meant for some. Tomorrow may never come. So love me tonight. Tomorrow was meant for some. Tomorrow may never come. For all we know. Happy New Year, everybody!
Happy New Year!
thinking that I'm Kadin dana, kadin dana, kadin Tina, tina,
town feeling brave and free. It's so easy to forget what happens overseas when it don't affect me, at least not directly. I've been hiding, trying to avoid the trouble. Easy kind of life when you're living in a bo-bo-bo-bo-bo. And so you say you don't wanna be blind, you don't wanna fight. Well, sometimes all you can do is be the light. So just be the light, just be the light. Sometimes all you can do is be the light. Well, you pause to think about it's a cause to get behind, but instead of taking action, it dominates your mind. It's all an illusion, so don't be delusional in thinking the tension and the stressing is helping anything. You're just making a mess of it. And so you say you don't wanna be blind, but you don't wanna fight. Well, sometimes all you can do is be the light. So just be the light, just be the light. Sometimes all you can do is be the light. Sometimes all you can do is be the light. So just be the light, just be the light. Sometimes all you can do is be the light.
Maybe our best tomorrow turn to yesterday. Maybe this love's behind us. It feels so sad to say. Maybe it's time we move on. Both take a different road. Break these ties that bind us. Maybe we already know that our love is gone forever, and we've run out of time.
Maybe it's for the better, but tonight I'm gonna cry. I could pack my bags this evening, leave with the morning light. Maybe one last time, dear, we could hold each other tight and laugh about the good times, put away the bad, treat each other tenderly, remember all that we had. And if our love is gone forever, then we've run out of time. Maybe it's for the better, but tonight I'm gonna cry. Even a fool can see you've already said goodbye. Maybe the fool in me wants to give it one more try. And if our love is gone forever, and we've run out of time, well, maybe it's for the better, but tonight I'm gonna cry. Even a fool can see you've already said goodbye. Tonight I'm gonna
Hi, and thanks for donating to Kindness Monterey so we can help our restaurants and those in need. We're Dan Frechette and Laurel Thompson, and we'll be playing a song called Country Beauty Queen, which we'll be featuring on our next album. You can learn more about the album and us at danandlaurel.ca. Please enjoy.
Born upon a farm in the year of '83. She was the quintessential country beauty queen. There's seldom queens in country life, but she deserved the crown. When she took her little brother out to play, she was the talk town. She was on the line with every lonesome dreamer looking for the road, rising up to meet her. She didn't realize all the eyes crying goodbyes when she fell in love. She'd met him out on the street, serenading for a dime. didn't know our love found her. She'd never been aware of hearts beating every beat until she found him there. She was on the mind of every lonesome dreamer looking for the road, rising up to meet her. She didn't realize all the eyes crying goodbyes when she fell in love. She was on the mind of every lonesome dreamer looking for the road, rising up to meet her. She didn't realize all the eyes crying goodbyes when she fell in love.
It's in the air tonight. It's all around. In the music, man. Oh, it's going down, yeah. Come on, let's do it. Get connected. All things you do, yeah. Oh, love, babe, yeah. Hang on the bang. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Come on now. Oh, dance floor. Let's find our space. Oh, 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 moving in the lights. Oh, we'll touch you, man. Come on, let's do it. Oh, get connected, yeah. All things you do, yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance, yeah. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I'm feeling so good tonight. Look in your eyes. Your eyes doing all the talking so well. Reach for your body, yeah. As you're moving in the line, yeah. Come on, let's do it. Get connected. All the things you do, yeah. Oh, come on now. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Hang on the bang, hang on the bang, hang on the bang, let's dance. Outro. Oh, 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 oh. Hang with a bang, let's dance. Hang with a bang, let's dance. Oh yeah, you and I tonight. Oh, it's all ours. Hang with a bang, let's dance. Oh yeah, hang with a bang, let's dance. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hang with a bang, let's dance. Yeah, you and I tonight. It's all night, baby. I wanna hang with a bang, hang with a bang, hang hang with a bang, let's dance. Hang with a bang, hang with a bang, hang with a bang, let's dance. Yeah. This is Brad Guitar Wilson saying, support Kindness Monterey and hit that donate button and support a great cause. Thank you, everybody.
I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world as one, and I believe it could be someday it's gonna come. 'Cause out on the edge of darkness there rides a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come and take me home again. Now I've been smiling lately, thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Come on the peace train, oh peace train, holy roller, everyone jump upon the peace train. Come on the peace train, now get your bags together, bring your good friends too, 'cause it's getting nearer, soon it will be with you. Now come and join the living, it's not so far from you, and it's getting nearer, soon it will all be true. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Come on, oh come on the peace train. Yes, peace train, holy roller, everyone jump upon the peace train. Come on the peace train. Now I've been crying lately, thinking about the world as it is. Why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? 'Cause out on the edge of darkness there rides a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come take me home again. Peace train, got to ride the peace train. On the peace train. Ride the peace train. Oh, peace train sounding louder, glide on the peace train. Come on the peace train. Come on the peace train.
All right. Hello. Welcome. Thank you guys for tuning in to this benefit. Hopefully you guys are donating to kindnessmonterey.com. Hit the donate button, and appreciate you guys. It's people like you making it happen. And Kiki Wow Presents for putting this on. Thank you so much, Kiki, for inviting me, and I really appreciate it. My name is Nomad. This is a song that I wrote. It's all about letting go of what's comfortable and known and embracing the unknown. And this is a song of mine called Chances to be Taken.
Packs up her belongings and she puts them in the car. Fills it up with gas that she hopes will take her far. With the words they said still echoing in her weary mind. Bred her to be a housewife, yeah, they had it all designed. But with this chance she takes a glance in her rearview mirror. That dead-end town gets smaller as she drives into the future, and she goes her own way. Destiny she doesn't know, but the fear of the unknown is not a fear that she will show, for she's not broken. She's just awoken to the magic that lies in a chance to be taken and be awakened. When the great unknown's face is shown, we're all alone in the end. He stands out by the highway with his thumb up in the air. Thinks back to his 9 to 5 and how he left it there, and how he sat at that damn desk for 25 long years for a fountain pen and a little plaque to show he was endeared. But now he goes with the flow and it's never flowed so good. His instincts just take over, just like he knew they would, and he goes his own way. Destiny he doesn't know, but the fear of the unknown is not a fear that he will show, for he's not broken. He's just awoken to the magic that lies in a chance to be taken and be awakened. When the great unknown's face is shown, we're all alone in the end. Steps out of the car, he takes a look around, finds himself in another freeway town. Then he turns and he says, "Dear, I thank you for the ride. Will you get to where you're going in this game of life?" And as she pulls away, she turns to say, "Don't mention it, my friend. If I see you somewhere down the line, I'll pick you up again." And they go their own way. Destiny they do not know, but the fear of the unknown is not a fear that they will show, for they're not broken. They're just awoken to the magic that lies in a chance to be taken and be awakened. When the great unknown's face is shown, we're all alone in the end. Thank you guys so much, and thank you for tuning in. Donate, hit that donate button, kindnessmonterey.com. Thank you to all the other artists for being a part of this as well.
This is a good invitation, good time to tell you that if you go to kindnessmonterey.com, there's a GoFundMe link. And that's where you can definitely share your kindness and help support restaurants in need and those who are hungry, and all the employees that those restaurants employ, including musicians like all of us.
Buy a ticket for a hungry musician. I am not a stranger in this world, not some uninvited guest. I will take my place at the table and shine guest, I will take my place at the table and shine, 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 shine. I've known fear quite well. I've been shackled and shaken far too long. The hand may tremble and the voice might falter, but it will not stop the singing of this song. 'Cause I am not a stranger in this world. I am not some uninvited guest. I will take my place at the table and shine. Yes, I will, yes. Yes, I will shine. Shine at this table, I will glow. I know, I know, I know. Yes, I will shine. Shine. You're shining.
Happy New Year, Monterey. We're going to go whale watching here.
We are, and we're the Black Irish Band, and we're so glad to be here tonight. So glad you could join us.
The Cobbles are from Boston, New York, and Buffalo. 500 brave Americans are waiting for the goal. And blow your wings in the morning and throw your wind. Hi-ho! Clear away your running gear. I want a piece of this. Nothing get to me better than this whaling port. Time to some land sharks to board and beat you out. And blow your wings in the morning and blow your wings. Hi-ho! Clear away your running gear and blow, blow, blow. They'll tell you how those member ships are going in and out. They say you'll take 500 sperms before you say, all right, all right. And blow your wings in the morning, blow your wings. Hi-ho! Clear away your running gear and blow, blow, blow. Just like you are boarding house now, there's some time to dwell. You'll find the thieves are thicker than the other side of hell. Come blow your winds in the morning, blow your wings. Hi-ho! Clear away your running gear and blow, blow, blow. Well, now we're out to sea, boys, the wind begins to blow. Half the watch is sick on deck and the other half below. Blow your winds and blow your wings, blow your wings. Hi-ho! Clear away your running gear and blow, blow, blow. Now comes the running rigging that you're all supposed to know. Fill up, you son of a bitch, or on the side you'll go. And blow your winds and blow your wings, blow your wings. Hi-ho! Hi-ho! And blow, blow, blow. Now the old man's on the port deck, just looking at the boys in Kickball night and day. All you have is 50 cents for your 190 play. And blow the winds of the morning, blow the winds I go. Then away everybody together and blow, blow. Let's harpoon again. Back in port of ship made fast, we're safe on the docks. We'll go out, join Greenpeace, cause whaling really sucks. Blow the winds and blow the winds, I go. Down away, everybody together and blow, blow, blow. And I said, blow your winds and I'm up burning. Blow the winds, I go. I go.
That was great. Well, there you go, first night. There's a good old Wayland song for you. And now we're going to have a little fun with this next one. It was back in 2019, the Black Irish Band was chosen by the National Park Service to perform for the 150th anniversary of the Golden Spike Ceremony that took place at Promontory, Utah. It was between the Union Pacific Railroad and Central Pacific Railroad at that dusty little no place known as Promontory Summit, where they drove the last spike that united our country together. And this, believe it or not, is one of the first railroad songs that we've ever written, and it's about the Irish working on the railroad. And it's called Paddy on the Railway, and it features our own Dave Rainwater on fiddle, and we hope you enjoy it. I'll start us out, boys.
Yes, sir.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. And there you go, another classic from the old-timey period of our life.
Reminded of us sweating out there in the hot sun in Utah.
That's right, and now it's time I take off the old Stetson. It's time to do a special one for first night since you're here on the ocean, just right out there. We got an old sea shanty. This is our favorite song that was featured in a movie. It's an old traditional number, I should point out, not to scare anybody out there with copyright issues. It's called Spanish Ladies. It was featured in the classic with Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw, and it's Captain Quint was singing this as he found his body in the great white shark, and he was singing this as he went down to Davy Jones' locker.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
We need a bigger boat. This is called Spanish Ladies. All right.
Farewell and do, ye fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and do, ye ladies of Spain. We just received orders to sail for New England, and we very
Sing along if you know the
soon
words.
to see you again. And we'll rant and we'll roar like true Yankee whalemen. We'll rant and we'll roar on deck and below until we sight gay head above Martha's Vineyard. Straight up the channel to New Bedford we'll roll. Now we hove our ship to, with the wind at southwest, boys. We hove our ship to, for to make soundings clear, at 55 fathoms with a fine sunny bottom. We pull our main topsail, for home we did steer. And we'll rant and we'll roar like true Yankee whalemen. We'll rant and we'll roar on deck and below until we sight gay head above Martha's Vineyard. Straight up the channel to New Bedford we'll roll. Now let everyone here drink up a full bumper. Let everyone here drink up a full bowl, and laugh and be jolly, and we'll banish melancholy, saying here's to the health of our good-hearted soul. And we'll rant and we'll roar like true Yankee whalemen. We'll rant and we'll roar on deck and below until we sight gay head above Martha's Vineyard. Straight up the channel to New Bedford we'll roll. And we'll rant and we'll roar like true Yankee whalemen. We'll rant and we'll roar on deck and below until we sight gay head above Martha's Vineyard. Straight up the channel to New Bedford we'll roll.
Nice, Well, now we're going to take him to the Americana side. We got our wonderful David Rainwater here, extraordinaire fiddle, mandolin, a man of many talents. He's very humble in soul, but he's going to bring an old Appalachian folk song, something to do with June apples.
Yes. June apple, yes.
Explain this to us, little Dave. Thanks.
Isn't it November at the moment, though?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess the apples are still crisp.
Well, yeah, but now we're already on New Year's Eve, I do believe.
June's a little early for apples anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. What key is this anyway? I kind of forgot. Oh, A's a good key. That's a good gentleman's key. Go ahead and lead me off there, laddie. That sounds nice. I like that. wonderful song for a New Year's Eve night if I ever heard one. Yeah, could be playing that probably somewhere up at Big Sur, I bet you. That song would be well liked by all the locals in that neighborhood out there. Well, right now we're going to feature a different kind of melody for you. And this is a song about the fictitious creature known as the mermaid. Half woman and half fish. And I guess if you're a sailor, you want to know what half you're going to get. In some stories, there's always one end, but some sides, never maybe the one you want. We hope it's the woman's side on top, though. But anyways, an old classic song of the 1800s. This is also featured in the Civil War songbooks, sung by the Union sailors on the old ironclad, called The Mermaid. It was Friday morning when we set sail. Maybe out of Monterey, you know, ready? 1, 2, 3. It was Friday morning and we set sail, and we put on our farmland, yeah. When the captain is flying on the rain so fair, with the gold line and glass in their hand, and the ocean waves to roll, and the stormy winds to blow, and we poor sailors just get to let the top, while the learn lie down below. Oh, now once if the captain of our gallows, and her life was golden Captain Mars. He was a good old captain, he was. He said the fishing mermaid out for the night. Where was the moon upon the high? Let's all sing it, boys. And the ocean waves to roll, and the stormy winds to blow, and we poor sailors are scuffing at the top. Alright, I'm the first mate, and I spoke to mate of our gallant ship, and a fine young sailing boy was he. He says I a wife by Brooklyn by the sea, tomorrow night a widow she's gotta be. And the ocean waves roll, and the stormy winds will blow, and we poor sailors are jumping at the front, while the landlords lie down below, 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 while the landlords. How about some gay right water? All right, get it. And the ocean waves to roll, and the stormy winds to blow, and we poor sailors are jumping at the top, while the landlords lie down below, 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 while the landlords lie down. Oh, Jimmy Boyle. Well, now what's the cook of our gallant ship, and the crazy old Charlie? He was a butcher, he was like. He said I care much more for your butts and my pants than I do. He must be Scottish. Sailor, and the ocean waves to roll, and the stormy winds to blow, and we poor sailors are jumping at the top, while the landlords lie down below, 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 while the landlords lie down. Cabin boy! Well, now what's just that cabin boy? Tell us more about him. A snotty, stinking little brat. He was a brat, he was. He said there's no one in this whole wide world can give a big far away. And the ocean waves to roll, and the stormy winds to blow, and we poor sailors are jumping at the top, while the landlords lie down below, 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 while the landlords lie down below. 1, 2, 3. Kisses sweet as any wine, rub some rum like sweet jet wine. Going in world, going in world, terrible.
I'm so drunk I can't stay. Going up the street, going to the road, going up the street. Going up the street, going to the road, going up the street. She got kisses, sweeter than wine, around the summer run, sweet head by. Going up your street, going in the road, going up your street. Going up your way, going in the road, going up your street. I said going up your way, going in the road, going up your street, now the fun. Going up your way, going in the road, going up your street, singing out of girl.
There's a good old Appalachian folk song.
Okay, little tune, and here we go. 1, 2.
See those fleet-foot men that stood with faces one. From the farmstead and from the fisher's cot, along the banks of the Bun, they come with vengeance in their eye to lay. They are then. Now you're Roddy McCooley goes to die on the bridge of Now when he first stepped up that street with the shining pipe in hand, behind him marched Henry Monterey, that strong and earnest man. Around Trenton town, he led them to the grave. Now young Roddy McCooley goes to die on the bridge of Now there never was one along the old rim, more bravely guiding the brave. Oh, then the one who marches to his bed on the bridge of Doom today. True to the last, he treads the upward way. I'm young Roddy McCooley goes to die on the bridge of Doom today. That's right.
Nice done.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you,
job.
folks. Thank you. Thank you, fellow patrons.
Well, we have a couple more songs for you before we go.
Indeed, we do.
I wrote this song. This is from our album, recorded many years ago. The one thing about my father, George, when he was on the living earth, I'm also, by the way, besides a musician in the band, I'm a painter. And he said, son, always paint what you know. So as a songwriter, I always try to write songs about subjects that I know. And this was from our album we released back in 2007. It's called Into the Fire. And it's songs and stories from the fire line. I spent 22 fire seasons with the United States Forest Service. And I started out with a Type 2 hand crew, fire engine, and then finally into fire prevention. And over the years, I've been experiencing all the tragedy of wildland fire. And one of the most important tools that we have in firefighting today are the air tankers. They originally started over in Mendocino County back in the 1950s. They experimented them, and of course now we use as large a plane as a 747. Well, in the early days, most of the fleet were World War II fire bombers. And as the years progressed, around 2002 they were outdated, it was hard to get parts for them, and many of them weren't functioning proper. And this is a true story that took place near Estes Park, Colorado, and it was called the Big Elk Fire, and it took place in 2002. And it was the very last air tanker from the World War II vintage that saw service. It was a PBY-4, and I wrote the song about the brave men that flew that air tanker, and she was lost on the fire. And I simply call this Silent, a last flight of 123. So it's a song about an air tanker used for firefighting. Ready, boys? Yes, indeed. They knew what to do. Fired up her engines and taxied the line. 2,000 gallons and a promise in time. Here's to that flight of 123. The bravest of flyers, their spirits need be. Down from the battle, they'll fight evermore. Up with the angels in heaven and soul. To play all the leads, lasting for hours, flight 7 and 8. They joined the air tankers and waited their run. With weather so perfect, no way could they stop. Here's to the last flight of 123. Greatest of flyers, their spirits be free. Down from the battle of like never more. Up with the angel of heaven. Big valley for the curve, reaching the final, not saying a word. Once at the drop zone, their left wing gave way, taking 123 forever that day. Here's to the flight of 123, the bravest of flyers, their spirits be free. Down from the battle, they'll fight nevermore. Up with the angel in heaven they'll soar. A tribute to our wildland firefighters who fight the fire from the air. Now it's time to say goodbye, and we thank you so much for letting us in your homes, and we've appreciated all the good years we've been at Monterey First Night. We're going to finish it up with an Irish parting song. This is an old song that's usually featured at the end of the evening or when we've lost a loved one. And in this last year, we've lost many fine good folks. So an old song from Ireland, it's known as The Parting Glass. We're going to feature James Dean Nelson, and we're going to do it a cappella style. And again, David Rainwater, James Dean Nelson, I'm Patrick Michael Kernahan. We are members of the Black Irish Band. We're so happy that we could be here performing for you First Nighters out there tonight. And we hope you enjoyed our show.
We had many happy memories of playing at First Night, and we hope we're looking forward to it.
We'll hang around a little longer. Take it away, Jimmy. A parting glass.
Of all the money that e'er I spent, well, I spent it in good company. Yes, and all the harm that e'er I done, alas, was done to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, now to memory now I can't recall. Come, fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Yes, and all the sweethearts that ever I had, and are sorry for my going away. Yes, and all the sweethearts that ever I had, that would bid me one more night to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night and joy be with you all.
Good night, Monterey. Happy New Year. We'll see you next year.
walks into a room like a queen, knowing that she's causing a scene. You can't help but want her to be yours. Something about her hits your core. One move knocks your heart to the floor. You can't help but come back for more. She's a beauty, never undercover. She's a beauty like no other. Here she comes, dressed to the nines, walking down and leaning so fine, haute couture and no, so refined. Something about her hits your core. One move knocks your heart to the floor. You can't help but come back for more. She's a beauty, never undercover. She's a beauty like no other. Watching her passing you by, you're stricken, mesmerized. Those eyes, they look right through your soul. They tell you that this beauty can't be owned. She walks into a room like a queen, knowing that she's causing a scene. You can't help but want her for more. She's a beauty, never undercover. She's a beauty like no other. She's a beauty.
Hey! Why, thank you. This is the song that I'm going to sing right now. Is actually the first song that I wrote on this guitar. And my dad before he passed away, he was about 93, 94, and he used to be the caregiver for my mom, Mary Arceo, who is still alive. She's 97. She has Alzheimer's, and I used to see my dad sit on the porch with her and just sit there for hours, and sometimes they talk and they reminisce. And so I was thinking about how, as her memory was going away, my dad had the memories for both of them. So I wrote this song, and it's called I Want to Remember You, and it's on my Just Believe album. You can have my heart, you can have my soul. There's just one thing you can't have, it's my mind. I won't let that go, 'cause I want to remember all that I loved with you. I want to remember all that I shared with you. I want to remember all the times I danced with you. I want to remember you. I saw your photograph in a street window, and I knew you were the one for me.
just let you be. I said, please take my heart. I said, please take my soul. Go ahead and take all that you need. You just can't take my memories. 'Cause I want to remember how you talk with me. I want to remember how you kissed me. I want to remember the caress of your hands. I want to remember all that I can. We bought a train ticket to nowhere fast. We just knew we had to make this last. The years have come and gone, and our love has stayed so strong. You still have my heart. You still have my soul. There's just one thing I won't let you have. It's my mind. I won't let that go. 'Cause I want to remember my first date with you. I want to remember raising our kids with you. I want to remember everything you wanted to see. I want to remember all you thought that I could be. In your eyes, I want to remember you. I want to remember you. I want to remember you. I want to remember for you. That goes out to the Arceo family. I know my sisters are watching. So, this next one was a song I did one of my older albums. It was the "Move Around You" album, and so the idea on this song was actually from being at a party and watching somebody else. It just looked like they wanted to go up and talk to this person. They just didn't have the courage to do it, and so in my mind, I just made up a whole story. What would they say if they went up and talked to them? So this is my interpretation of it. It's called "Do You." Do you wanna take me home? Or do you wanna be alone? Do you wanna see what happens? Do you? Do you wanna take a chance? Or do you wanna find romance? Do you wanna see what happens? Do you? Please try to be the one to hold you tonight. I wake, I would die to be the love in your eyes. Is there a chance for me? I pray it's true. you do. Do you wanna be with me? Do you wanna wait and see? Do you wanna see what happens? Do you? Do you wanna take a chance? Do you wanna find romance? Do you wanna see what happens? Do you? Can I please try to be the one to hold you tonight? I wake, I would die to be the love in your eyes. Is there a chance for me? I pray. Constant searching for a love that is all my own. I'm so tired of being on my own. Constant searching for a love. Can I please try to be the one to hold you tonight? I wait, I would die to be the love in your eyes. Can I please try to be the one to hold you tonight? I wake, I would die to be the love in your eyes. Is there a chance for me? I pray it's true. Please say you do. Say you do. Do you? So this is dedicated to my mom and dad. Tanto tiempo disfrutamos este amor, nuestras almas se quitaron, tanto así que yo guardo tu sabor, como tú llevas también sabor a mí. Si negaras mi presencia en tu vivir, bastaría con abrazarte y conversar. Tanta vida yo te di que por fuerzas tienes ya sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueña, no soy nadie, yo no tengo vanidad. En mi vida doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otras cosas puedo dar. Pasarán más de 1000 años, muchos más. Yo no sé si tengo amor pero ya tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. No pretendo ser tu dueña, no soy nadie, yo no tengo vanidad en mi vida, doy lo bueno, soy tan pobre que otras cosas puedo dar, pasará. Pero ya tal como aquí, en la boca llevarás sabor a mí. This is called Once in a Blue Moon. Lying in my bed, I imagine streams of moonlight caressing your face, waking you to feel me, desiring you with all my passion, my heart, my whole being. Come to my window, call to me, cast your spell that brings me to you, filled with the power of the night, to come and dance with you into the moonlight. Te quiero, sí te quiero, how I long to love with you, if only for one night, once in a blue moon. Sing to me with your song of where love and elation live, where the walls fade away, no boundaries exist, just the heat of our bodies dancing as one. Te quiero, sí te quiero, how I long to love with you, if only for one night, once in a blue moon, lying in my bed, I Can't you say love will come alive? Whatever happens, we both know that it will always be this. Waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting for you. This letter holds the future. Oh God, what does it say? Does it show the weakness in me? Does it give it all away? Whatever happens, we both know that it will always be this. Waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting for you. I know you think that I'm your enemy. Just 'cause I have no words, I don't feel anything. My weakness and all my inabilities, they're pressed on paper, word for word. I'm leaving now, this time for good. I'm leaving for good. Myself to read what I already know. This letter will tell me I can't keep what needs to go. Whatever happens, we both know that it will always be this. Waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting, just waiting. I'm still waiting, waiting. I'm still waiting. Yes. This one's called Second Choice. Second choice. You can't beat your inner voice. No, I don't need your healing hands on me, and I won't be your mystery. Oh yeah. I won't be your second choice. You can't pin me to your whipping post. No, I don't need your boot heels on me, and I won't be your history. No, I won't be your second choice. No, I won't be your lover. No, I won't be your second choice. No, I won't be your. I won't be when you're feeling blue. I had enough of what you put me through. You come around when you're feeling down. Your anchor's heavy, it's gonna make me drown. Oh yeah. I won't be your pearl of the sea, 'cause 1 + 2, baby, well, that makes 3. You're laying low as you set your trap. You drag me in and then you attack. Oh, I won't be your second choice, no. I won't be your lover, no. I won't be your second choice, no. I won't be your. I won't be your second choice. I won't be your inner voice, no. I don't need your healing hands on me, and I won't be your history. I won't be your second choice, no. I won't be your lover, no. I won't be your second choice, no. I won't be yours. Yeah.
Dirty Cello's music is funky, carnival, romantic, sexy, electric, and fiercely rhythmic. You ready for that? All right, let's hear it for Dirty Cello.
Stood along Captain Nigger, but they would. The major country born and Johnny was good. He never ever been to meet her right so well, but he could play the guitar just like a ringing a bell. Go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, go. good. He used to carry his guitar every time he sat. Was sitting in the tree by the railroad track. Old man, you should see him sitting in the shade, strumming with the rhythm that the drivers made. When people pass by him, something say, oh my, but the little country boy could play. Go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, go, Johnny, be good. His mother told him someday you will be a man. You will be the leader of a big old band. Many people coming from miles around to hear you play your music when the sun goes down. Maybe someday your name will be in lights and Johnny be good tonight. Go, 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 Johnny, go. 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 Go, 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 Johnny, be good. Go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, go, Johnny, be good.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. We are the band Dirty Jello. We're going to play everything really fast and lively to keep warm up here. We play everywhere all the time. We've played lots, even despite the weird timing of everything. A lot of buffalo ranches, apple orchards, you name it, we have playing there. We've also had a little more time to practice. It's a brand new song. Here we go.
Do what you want, but you know what I want. Do what you want, but you know what I want. Because you love me like I love you. Why did you love me like I love you? Do what you want, but you know what I need. Do what you want, but you know what I need. What did you give me like I give you? What did you give me like I give you? Love me like I love you.
Here's a little bluegrass.
She drove that mobile in the pouring rain, moving through the darkness like a hurricane. From southern Newport waters to Cumberland so green, Louisville by Nashville, no boats in between. Down and out of rhythm, making up nice time, heading for that bluegrass state of mind. White smoke rolling, whistle blowing, listening to your engine keeping time. Good night, borderline. Montgomery by morning, Birmingham by noon. I went through the distance and up until the moon. The lonesome whistle cries, alone inside the frame. Like the boys down on Bill Street, singing of the pain. No one is gonna stop her from her appointed rounds. The train is moving on, slowly bound. White smoke rolling, whistle blowing. Listen to her engine keeping time. Good night, borderline. Her lungs are full of fire, breathing burning cold. Her raging locomotion, like thunder when it rolls. Singing for the mighty who cast her molten steel. Drives by and lay the rail right beneath her wheels. The pride of a nation, she's a monument to them. A southern belle that might never know. White smoke rolling, whistle blowing. Listen to her engine keeping time. Good night, borderline. Good night, borderline. Good night,
Here's a sassy one if anybody wants to dance.
He came on this morning, oh, what a shock. When he found out his key no longer fit my lock. Oh, baby, you can go back where you've been. So you've been stepping out, now someone else been stepping in. See, I was a fool that you could count on, the one you could call when no one was at home, oh baby. Remember how you treat me. So you've been stepping out, now someone else been stepping in.
Alright, so we weren't really around for the 70s. We found this song. It's actually a really old song, old blues song. Huddy Ledbetter was the first one recorded. But then there was this band from the 70s. I think they were kind of a one-hit wonder. Anybody know what band I'm talking about yet? What are they called? Ramma Jam Jam?
Something like that.
Have you heard the song Black Betty?
Sure gets me high. Bam Bam, you know that's no lie. Bam Bam, she's shaking that thing. Bam Bam, boy, she makes me sing. Bam Bam, well, Black Betty. Bam Bam, well, Black Betty. Bam Bam. She's shaking that thing, Bam Bam, she makes me sing. Bam Bam, well, Black Betty, Bam Bam, well, Black Betty, Bam Bam.
Rodman. I think she has a story to tell us.
Oh, I do. This next song is for all the ladies in the audience. Ladies, do you hate it when someone you don't know calls you baby or sweetie? So this is my song that I wrote called Don't Call Me Honey. Don't call me honey, don't call me baby, don't call me sweetie, I ain't your lady. Don't call me girl, don't call me honey, don't call me anything, you ain't the one. You're twice as old, but I'm twice as smart. You wanna go out, but you're just an old fart. I got something to offer you won't expect. It's the 21st century and I'll take your respect. Don't give me a hug or pat me on the back. I ain't some kid, don't treat me like that. I'm old enough to know that you're too old for me. I'm young enough to know you ain't worth a penny. Just because I'm cute doesn't mean I'm weak. I'll give you the boot, better watch the way you speak. Treat me good or I'll treat you bad. Give me my props or you make me mad. Don't come a-knocking, cause I can kick some ass. These boots were made for walking, so I'll take a pass. You're trying to look down your nose at me. I'll step on you, just wait and see. Your eyes follow me like a dinner plate, waiting for me to be your little date. You would like to hear my news for you, even if you copy you and know what to do. Talking about, ladies. There is a house in New Orleans. They call the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor girl. And God, I know I'm one. My mind's a hesitating. She stole my new blue jeans. My hands and knees are gambling man down in New Orleans. My hands and knees are gambling. He goes from town to town. The only time he satisfies when
What did I tell you? Told us that wasn't our last song. Thank you all. We are the band Dirty Cello. We got one more short one for you. Rebecca wears fancy shoes.
I do.
And she once wrote a song called Don't Tell My Shoes.
Two, three, don't tell my shoes. I can walk that far. 'Cause all I do is follow after you. It can be rain, or even blind and snow. I'll follow you everywhere you go. 'Cause it's a true and true, always way that it's been. Gotta follow that man you love. No matter who you know that or anywhere. If it looks bad, I'll be right there. Some other girls, they don't support their man. It's on my way. I'm doing all I can. They're in your question, doing right or wrong. I'll follow love, and I keep them strong. 'Cause it's a true understood, always the way that it's been. Gotta follow that man you love. No matter who you know that or anywhere. If it looks bad, I'll be right there. You know it takes a real strong woman to show her love and all those things she does. I got my strength to always carry on. I got my power, there isn't any doubt. It's a true understood, always way that it's been. Gotta follow that man you love. No matter who you know there or anywhere. If it looks bad, I'll be right there. Alright, you know a two-legged stool principle, no way. A three-wheel car doesn't drive so great. Two of a kind is a win I can. Day and night, I'm so put my man. 'Cause it's a true understood, always way that it's been. Gotta follow that man you love. No matter who you know there or anywhere. If it looks bad, I'll be right there. Cause it's a true understood, always way that it's been. Gotta follow that man you love. No matter who you know there or anywhere. If it looks bad, I'll be right there.
much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. Oh, I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a 4-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a 4-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm beginning to see the light. How I dig that crazy light. But what I do, ya baby, oh, by the way, I'm beginning to see that light. Oh, yes, how I dig that crazy light. Dig, 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 dig that crazy light. I'm beginning to see the light. I saw the light, that light in your eyes.
Hello, First Night Monterey. It's MC Lars. Now, you may have recognized me from a previous First Night. I've been playing the festival basically every year since 1998 in one of my different bands, and I want to give a shout out to Ellen Martin for keeping this thing going through the pandemic, allowing this to happen as a virtual event, and I couldn't be more excited to be invited to come play. I've got two special guest musicians, Rob Piccinini Jr. from Haskell, New Jersey, and Mike Russo from Erie, Pennsylvania. And we are coming remote to play some of my old songs, some of my new songs to bring in the new year. And it's really been a crazy, wonderful year, and we can't be more excited about 2021. We got the vaccine. My wife and I just had a baby. He's doing great. So 2021 can only be better. This first song is called iGeneration. And this song is appropriate because without the internet, we wouldn't have been able to do this festival. So I'm so grateful to be here. iGeneration. This is from the Laptop EP. I want to see you dancing at home. Here we go. And people tried to put us down with iTunes, but the post-Cold War sound. My generation sat at the mecca of malls, Times Square, I'm there, Viacom installed, so we hit the net while the Trade Center fell. New York met Hollywood, we ran like hell. No Vietnam for us, you Iraq, it's on. So who agreed upon this Genghis Khan? The choice made, baby. Hey, we took it back, logged in, dropped that. MTV took track, they sold it back to us, but in the correlation, the iMac, iPod, iGeneration, and I'm waiting for the day we can get out. The world is ours, that's a story, no doubt. Wanna be more than if a super highway traffic. Want to be more than a walking demographic. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my See, the iGeneration, new organization, meant optimization and unification when imagination gave participation in creation of culture, manifestation. The Berlin Wall fell and out we came. The post-Cold War kids lay claim to aim. LOL, OMG, yo, BRB. Space, colon, dash, parentheses. We sat at our laptops and typed away and found that we each had something to say. Weblogged our fears, our hopes and dreams, individuated by digital means. Fiber optic lenses, DVD, Coca-Cola, Disney, and Mickey D's. Flat mass culture, the norma took hold. I hope I die before I get sold. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my This is the part of the song that's real tight. This is the part of the song that's real tight. Yo, talking about the iGeneration. Alright, here we go. This is the INTERNET generation. See, this is the INTERNET generation. See, alright, I need your help at home. It goes hey, then yeah. So it was hey, then yeah. Right there, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, hey! Then go back with a yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah! Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, hey! Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. That's tight. 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes hey! Then it goes yeah. Here we go. Yeah, it's like a round. I want to hear you all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. One more time. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. Oh, that's tight, that's tight. Talking about the iGeneration. Talking about my iGeneration. First night. Online. Remote. That's what's up. This next song is called Download This Song. You could rip and download this stream if you want to. This song's about how the internet changed the music industry. I did this song with my friend Jarrett from Bowling for Soup. They took me on my first big US tour. And I remember when we played the Catalyst in Santa Cruz. That was tight, because that's where I'd seen my first ever show, Weird Al, in '93. That's what's up. Here we go. Help me out. You know a sing-along? We sampled Iggy Pop. He cleared the sample, so it goes like... La 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 la. Just like that. I want to hear you at home. Here we go. It's 2021, we're about to have fun, can't take it anymore, so I'm writing a list. Don't try to dismiss this paradigm shift, the music revolution cannot be dismissed. 1898 Iggy Pop CD, what if I can get it from my sister for free? It's all about marketing, Clyde Davis. If a fan's buy the shirt, then you get the MP3. Music was a product, now it's a service. Major record labels, White and Hearst, FX up in my face like, well, so this is the burners out of Burner City R, Sworn EMI here, Cleveland Lee, Universal Music, update circuitry. There's two little kids downloading his songs, they think that makes sense, but they know that it's wrong. Hey, Mr. Record Man, the joke's on you, running your label like it was 1992. Hey, Mr. Record Man, your system can't compete. It's a new artist model. Here we go, y'all. Help me out. Download this song. Download this song. Download this song. Second verse, help me out. I know I'm moving fast, the message is clear. You don't need $1 million to launch a career. If your style's unique and you practice what you preach, mine I'm each other but the things to teach. I got G5 production, concert videos, touring with a laptop, record pack shows. The old school major deal, it makes no sense. And then number two, the cost to a mess. Figures in the damp, but the crack is ongoing. Kiss about water when it's fully flowing. Record sales slipping, down in percent increase, down low sales. You can't prevent satellite radio and video games. Change terrain, it will never be the same. Did you know in 10 years labels won't exist? Goodbye DVDs and compact discs. Hey, Mr. Record Man, what's wrong with you? Still living off your catalog from 1982. Hey, Mr. Record Man, your system can't compete. It's the new artist model. Here we go. Download this song. That's it, that's it. Download this song. Download this song. All it took was a global pandemic to reunite with my friends Mike and Rob. You may have recognized Rob from New Year's Eve 2006 and Mike Russo from this year. Here we go. Help me out. Download this song. Y'all sound so good at home. Oh, wait, that was me. Download. All right. Here's Jarrett's part. Shout out to Jarrett from Bowling for Soup. Hey, Mr. Record Man, the joke's on you. Running your label like it was 1992. Hey, Mr. Record Man, your system can't complete. It's the new artist model. File transfer complete. Oh, that was tight. Download this song. Thank y'all for tuning in. Happy 2021. Yo. Guess who's back with the postmodern rap? I pack so much flavor that'll make your tongue snap. When I'm rapping on the beat, you know it's crazy and it's ill. When it's from the stage, you know I'm built to spill. I'm Socratic, but it's Greek to you like Plato's cave allegory where I leave your view askew. I get metaphysical like Aristotle. When it's from the stage, you know I do it full throttle. I'm a laptop hustler, didn't share where cracks. If you miss YT, your Mac will get hacked. I'm so deaf that I need a hearing aid. Ask Andy Warhol, Pop Art, could you paid? Like Thomas Aquinas, just call me Highness. And yo, if you step into my crew, then you step into the finest like Dante or Chaucer. Got singers flows 1, 2, 1, 2, and away we go. This song is called Hey There, Ophelia. Shout out to Dr. Fred Roth, rest in peace. He was my English teacher at Stevenson, and we studied Hamlet in the spring of 2001. It changed my life, so I wrote this song about Hamlet, and I want to dedicate this song to Dr. Roth. Love you, man. Oh. All right, this song is about a man who comes home from college in Denmark and finds things have gotten rotten in Elsinore. So I want to see you at home. Put up your metal hands for Shakespeare, because Shakespeare is the most metal author of all time. Here we go. That's right. Lit hop, y'all. Mike Russo on guitar. The name's Hamlet, and I got a tale about madness, less than a female. Dies a corpse and he roams the floors. Lurks the night in Elsinore. Got a pale face just like kiss paint. Normal, you know this ain't. Something is rotten up in Denmark, a sick mistake. My uncle Claudius, his alibi is fishy. Suspicions of murder because he's acting hella shifty. Frailty, thy name is woman, cause my mom's on his D. K-A-N-I-S-H, though my dad's ghost tells me. Swear, swear, swear to revenge my regicide. Claudius eyes me one night under my crown, he tries to hide. So Hamlet, here's your mission, use your antic disposition. Make them think you're crazy, bring justice, fuse the vision. Meanwhile, my girl Ophelia is goth as hell. Keeps a razor by her wrist, rocks out to soft sell. This girl's got more issues than Amy Winehouse. I'm like, get thee to a nunnery, I'm not trying to find a spouse. And she says, screw that, forget about that. I don't wanna think about anything like that. Screw that, forget about that. Here we go. Let me see your metal hands for Hamlet. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up on you. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up. I'm an emo prince, non-committal as could be. You'd be non-committal too if you were flawed like me. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are around my back and I've had it. I've got these players down from Norway, let them practice in the attic. I'll have them reenact the murder. Watch my uncle's expression, the play's the thing to catch the king and teach him a lesson. My uncle freaks out at the play, I know he did it. Just like OJ Camp 187, why he prays because Hamlet won't play that way. Nope. Confront my mom, throw her down on the bed because this Oedipus complex has got me stressed in the head. Then I killed my girlfriend's dad, he was spying, now he's dead. I screamed at him while the blood made the carpet turn red. See, kings lose crowns, but princes stay intelligent. R. Kelly has girl problems, this is drama, that's irrelevant. Ophelia bursts in, throwing columbines and daisies, singing songs about Virginia gone. She's honest, but she's crazy, and she says, screw that, forget about that. I don't wanna think about anything like that. Here we go. Screw that, forget about that. Let me see your metal hands, put them up. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up on you. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get, here we go. We've got clowns in the graveyards and I'm talking to skulls. We've got murder and incest. Who said Shakespeare was dull? My girlfriend took her life and I'm like, goodness gracious. Her brother wants to duel. Liberties is too pugnacious. My uncle dipped the tip of the saber in poison. Then he poisoned the cup that my mom started enjoying. I got stabbed with the poisoned sword. Then I stabbed my girlfriend's brother. And then I've stabbed my uncle. Then we've all killed each other. To be or not to be? Well, I guess that solves that one. And I would have stayed in Monterey if I'd known that this would happen. If you're ever up in Denmark on a moonlit night, you'll hear Ophelia song when the full moon's bright. Baby, I'm sorry I messed up. Good night, my sweet princess. My flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. And they sing, I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up on you. Put them up. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up on you. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up on you. I've got nothing to do but hang around and get screwed up. Not you, it's me. Great job, everyone. This next song is called Hurricane Fresh. We've had some weird weather this year. That's okay. Let me see you put up your metal hands. More metal hands. We don't stop. It don't stop. This song's from the Laptop EP. One of my oldest songs. Here we go. Oh snap, you know this track is fly, so get crunked up and don't ask why. Post rap, post punk, post Kurt Cobain, post Cool Modi, post House of Pain. Chuck D told me that I had to be me, so I bought the Public Enemy CD. I ripped one track in MP3 till Lars Ulrich came after me. I said, it's me, your last nephew. He said, no way, that can't be true. I kicked him with my Converse shoe all the way to Timbuktu. Of Wolf and Ulrich, Sabatru. He lived there for a year or two. He mastered puppetry alone. Justice for Sean Thanning clones. So that's fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. No, that's fresh. No, that's fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. No, that's fresh, get fresh. Verse 2. My dad's named Bob, he toured with me when a UK label put out my CD. I got mad props from the BBC, but hip-hop heads still don't get me, so I take a chance on my wet, but so what? I like James Brown and Beyonce's butt. Whatever your race, I'll Facebook you. It ran to Spike Lee, Netflix too, and I still rock shows and try to dance. Still rock Simpsons underpants. I still like Rush and Dr. Dre. Still keep bumping NWA, and I get fresh on the mic like I'm Nutman on duty. Sabrina Siska to the ground and baby shake that booty. I attack the track like a Seagal movie. 3D fresh, not 2D fruity. That's fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, now that's fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Oh, 5 so live, I've been doing this for years, making money cause I'm funny with this music of the spheres and I dance. Hey, watch me dance. Oh. Nor have you seen Persephone? Hey, these babies got me going like carousel knee. Why's that? I'm just acting they don't know. I poison this track with a scorpion flow cause I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic. First name Monterey, let me hear you at home. That was tight. Now that's fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh. Now that's fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Now that's fresh, get fresh. Here we go. Happy 2021 because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic. Because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic like a hurricane because I rock the mic. Hurricane fresh. This song's called Lars Attacks. When I say Lars Attacks, I need y'all to go Lars Attacks. Let's practice. Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. This album is called Lars Attacks. We actually filmed part of this video at my uncle's dental office in Ben Lomond. The scene where I'm doing surgery, the alien autopsy, that was in his dental office. Shout out to Dr. William Anderson. Thanks, Uncle Bill. Here we go. I landed in the forest in the 94 Taurus, 2000 light years from my planet Larsaurus. Came dizzy at the craft, head spinning, legs akimbo. MC phone number couldn't get a signal. Lost on Earth with the broken hovercraft. A head full of raps and a super rough draft of a reason for Pinopi that I couldn't finish. Quit it for a minute, still in the game to win it. Your brother knows me, saw me on the news. The FBI sweating me, the culture says sure before I landed in your city and I started melting faces. I was up on Cygnus, working on my spaceship. Earth is not my home, but I guess I'll stay. I really couldn't find a Martian sublet anyway. Back with the giant normal space laser on my back with my finger on the trigger. City said he set the flat. I came to chew gum and I came to kick raps. Lars Attacks. But I'm all out of gum, so now Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. I came to smash houses and I came to rock tracks. Lars Attacks. Now this box been demolished, so Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. You don't know me from Adam, Xenu or Bender, E.T. or Wheezy or Roger, remember. Just like a giant octopus, I go for your esophagus. I kicked it with the Egyptians and I chilled in a sarcophagus. Stonehenge, Roswell, the Aztecs, the Mayans, crop circles, cattle mutilation, Easter Island. That was me! But I don't regret it. They sold a lot of tablets that was out because I said it. Don't let it get to you because I ate your goldfish. Cause I burned your house down, took your cat and soda. This is hardcore alien hip hop. Going on 10 years, not about to stop. Watch the Milky Way collapse like a Carl Sagan nightmare. Stephen Hawking sex and me, floating lepers like you to infinity beyond and back. But the t-shirt got Wally in the rear view telling me his knees hurt. Alright y'all, I need your help. Here we go. Happy 2021. Oh, yo. I came to meet Jody and make contact. Lars Attacks. But said he crashed my Mac, so Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. I came to rep the bay and kick it with the pack. Lars Attack. Spacemen aren't hyphy, so Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. I came to chew gum and I came to spit raps. Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. Sometimes I forget how I arrange the track. Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. 2020, we ain't looking back. Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks. It's MC Lars with the freestyle extemporaneous raps. Lars Attacks. Lars Attacks, yo. We got time for two more, I think. This song is called The Ballad of Hans Moleman. Shout out to my Simpsons fans, to the Simpsons fans out there. This song is about how even when a global pandemic stops touring, even when horrible things happen, it can only get better. Hans Moleman is a character from The Simpsons who dies a lot, but he always comes back. So I can't think of a better metaphor for the world right now than Hans Moleman. This is The Ballad of Hans Moleman. Now, this song was on the Zombie Dinosaur LP. Shout out to all the Kickstarter supporters who helped me make this record. It goes, Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Let me see you put up your M's. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. That's tight. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Nah. Moleman, Hans Moleman. Here we go, y'all. Hans Moleman is his name, aka Ralph Mellish. He's a stone cold player. Artie Ziff was mad jealous when he dated Selma first. Plus he's only 31. Drinking ruined his life. It's such a sad story, son. Got a knife in his cane and a fire in his loins. The indie movie star who took a football to the groin. Burns thought he was a leprechaun, drilled him in the head. Slept with Largo, just his grandmother, then chilled with her in bed. He's more metal than Metallica, though that's not so hard. Homer drove him off the cliff, so impatient in his car. He was hauling Poe's house. Just another day for Hans, but he's back on his feet cause he's the mother flipping man. You know there's no escape from the fortress of the moles. He's been burping up with everybody still on a roll. He's been radiated, detonated, heartbroken twice. The Lazarus of Springfield always coming back to life. His name is Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. He's the bad luck grind of 920 Oak Grove. Hipster glasses so thick and round. Help me out, it goes Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Cause he's trying not for Gucci while he's waiting on his kidney. He's the talk of the whole darn town. Have you seen his green shirt? Have you seen his new shirt? He wasn't yelling boo, he was yelling boo earns. Attacked by Roomba Robots gone anthropomorphic. He's part Droopy the dog and part Kitty McCormick. He was driving on a Harley on the cover of his bio. Crashing the planet hype, yeah, he's been up there for a while. He was texting, Homer hit him, well surprise, he survived. He's twice as cool as Milhouse, though we can't really drive. Have you ever felt crushed by the weight of the planet? If you have, let me tell you, then Hans Moleman understands it. But you gotta get up, you gotta put on your tie, look up your orthopedic shoes, and look up at the sky and say, hey, solo race today, you won't burn me up. Just keep the moment PMA. You can break out of the rut, cause when you're stuck in the still, you're like peace. 2020, 2021 can only be more friendly. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. He's a younger dude with a skateboard in his hand. Hipster glasses so thick and round. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Even in our lung, well, he's still dependable. He's the talk of the whole darn town. This player was the mayor over 30 years ago. Brought an anthem to the people who told everyone he wrote. Then one day it was discovered that the whole thing was a hoax. So they tied him to a horse out in the desert, let him go. This player was the mayor over 40 years ago. Brought an anthem to the people he told everyone he wrote. Then one day it was discovered that the whole thing was a hoax. So they tied him to a horse out in the desert, let him go. Oh, take it, Mike. Mike Russo. That's right. All right, let me see your M's one more time. Monterey, here we go. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Keep it going now. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. Moleman, Hans Moleman. You can't keep Hans Moleman down. I want to thank you all for tuning in to this remote first night Monterey broadcast. It's been a lot of fun. I'm doing my master's at Cal State Monterey Bay in instructional science and technology. So shout out to CSUMB. But I like to do a lot of what I call lit hop, where I take literary themes, turn them into rap songs, and explain how writing and rap and literature have a lot in common. So any of you on the peninsula, if you'd like me to come talk to your classrooms or come work with y'all, or maybe we can collaborate in some capacity through my program, hit me up. mclars@gmail.com. That's my email. I have a special friend. This is Mr. Raven. He flew in all the way from Baltimore. I know. He wore a mask. He's socially distanced, but when you're hanging out with the Raven, you want to socially distance anyway. Just ask Edgar Allan Poe. This song's called Mr. Raven. When I say, who's that? I need you to go, who's that rapping? When I say Mr., I need you to go, Mr. Raven. Who's that? Who's that rapping? Mr. Raven. Thank you all. Happy 2021. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rob. Love you both. We got EAP in the house tonight. Edgar Allan Poe, America's favorite anti-transcendentalist. We're taking it back, way back, 9th century style. Who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. Raven, all up in my grill like nevermore. Oh. kick it. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I kicked it, weak and weary, dark and cold, just like Lake Erie. Brand new sample, someone clear me. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping up like what? This thunder clapping in my brain like graphic halfling staffing me. I put down Milton, self-unmute like Paris Hilton. Open window, halfway built. Times are changing like Bob Dylan. 20-pound bird, black as could be. Cold feet, cold eyes, aim straight at me. Grim face, grim stare, death carnivore. Help me out, here we go. Nevermore. Who's that?
Who's that rapping?
Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr.
Raven.
All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that?
Who's that rapping?
Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr.
Raven.
Let me see, put your ravens up. Here we go, let's bounce. Who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. Raven. All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. All up in my grill like nevermore. Yo, I miss Lenore, my Annabelle Lee, taken by angels from me, along with books. Hey, that's me, harbinger of death, visiting me. I said, can I help you, evil prophet? If you got a problem, look, I'll solve it. He checked my hook, DJ revolved it, perched on palace, chalice, dropped it. Tell me, sir, please, if you can, am I a good or evil man? What can I say? What can I do? When will I be rid of you? Nevermore, quoth he at me, hating on this fresh MC, satanic raven, Nietzsche glee, killing me softly like the Fugees. Now I feel worse, my verse is terse, joy in verse, just like Fred Durst. Called a nurse, disperse my thirst, put this process in reverse. Wish I had some warning first. MC Lars, 88 Hearst. Now I'll never be slug or mers under that black raven's curse. The raven's eyes still have the seeming of a demon that is dreaming, lamplit over him still streaming. Hear me screaming, my soul still floats there on that floor. It shall be lifted nevermore, afflicted come like Michael Moore. Help me out, here we go. U.S. folklore, who's that?
Who's that rapping?
Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr.
Raven.
All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that?
Who's that rapping?
Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr.
Raven.
Put him up, Monterey, let's bounce, here we go. Who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. Raven. All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. All up in my grill like nevermore. Thank y'all for tuning in. Happy 2021. It can only get better. Shout out to First Night Monterey for having me for 22 years. That's crazy. Shout out to y'all for supporting local arts. And happy 2021. Here we go. Who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. Raven. All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping in my chamber door? Mr. Raven. All up in my grill like nevermore. I said, who's that? Who's that rapping? Who's that rapping at my chamber door? Mr. Raven. Lars, Robin, Mike are out the door. Peace, y'all. Bye. Bye. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ellen. We'll see you next year, hopefully in person. Peace. Thank you.
And yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for I know that coronavirus is not evil. It's a mindless biological agent, a tangle of RNA in a lipid sheath that evolved to replicate itself inside of cells, just as we evolved an immune system to repel it. This I know because of science. Folks in my section like asking questions, taking measurements, testing hypotheses about how policy interventions limit the spread of infection. Natural selection, only game in town. You can find it any place a replicator is found. I'm DNA based and staycation bound now, cause there's a new replicator in town taking the crown. RNA based with the lipid shell, soap can rip it apart, so give it hell. But just in case, update your living well. Shelter in place regardless if you're ill, stay home. Reduce transmission rates. When it's too late to contain, mitigate. When there's no universal test you can get, no contact tracing, just community spread. Stay home. Survival of the biggest introverts. Bend the curve and the surge, revenge of the nerds. Stay home, cause intuition is hollow. Y'all need to listen to the mottos. Stay home, it's not a hoax, not a joke. This is their new hoax. In November, gotta vote. Stay home, let the message go viral. Instead of infection, it's so vital to stay home. And watch Contagion, running from the viral invasion with Matt Damon. Isolation, double front campaign waging against the virus and misinformation. Wrap it up in public, masking love it. Ask the Czech Republic, you don't have to love it. When the floodgates open, you just have to shut it. The Wuhan plan ain't nothing to muck with. Now that's government in control of its citizens. No civil liberties and no COVIDiots. No Floridians, open for business. No governors who don't know about symptomless spread. Now a doctor's having a talk with her kids about the plan in case she's not gonna live. Working a shift with no personal protective equipment, which is something no president ever could have predicted. Especially one who never paid attention, sleeping through intelligence briefings. The seeds are being sown for years. Corona's doing the reaping, with grieving loved ones doing the weeping. Stay home, protected, respirator style. Or watch the curve rise up, escalator style. Stay home, stop damaging MDs and EMTs. Oxygen they can't breathe. Stay home, it's not a joke, not a hoax, like a miracle. Register to vote, but for now, stay home. Let the message go viral. Instead of infection, it's so vital. Stay home, stay calm, stay sanguine. We had some bad luck, mutations in the pangolin, but I don't give a plasmid about who first bring it in. I just wanna see how administrations handle it, and buy time to develop a vaccine. In a year, maybe two, optimistically, COVID-19. Nobody's immune system works. Anyone can get it from prince to prime minister. So be careful where you get your info on severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS-CoV-2. This is just the intro. You can reduce fatalities tenfold. Stay home. This is triage, biatch. No need to see a concierge, use a kiosk. Social distance is the best shot we got. Don't let the germ win by fiat. Stay home, the next victim might be you. 5% are guaranteed to be in ICU. Stay home, this is Russian roulette. People jumping over people till they rush to the set. Stay home, anti-vax activists, how about it? Are you ready for shots after this? Stay home, let the message go viral. Instead of infection, it's so vital to stay home. We are totally prepared.
We always think that we have the control over everything, over our life. But this virus showed us this is not the case.
It's very difficult to escape the constant state of fear that everyone is in.
It's a challenging time.
It's a painful time. There's sirens every single minute.
There's this anxiety in the air, like people are kind of afraid of each other, like everyone could be contaminated.
What does it mean to now want to stay 6 feet apart from everyone?
Every day has been a little bit like waking up in an altered state. All created by a force that's only visible underneath a microscope.
The lockdown was literal. They put a chain and a lock on the outside of their door, and they could not even leave their apartment if they wanted to. I was very aware of being monitored all of the time. You know, I found myself stifling a cough or swallowing a sneeze when I was in public just to not show or scare anyone that I might have symptoms.
It's definitely scary to think about how the illness is affecting people physically, emotionally, economically, and the fact that we just don't know when this is going to end.
This void and the thought of human beings dying alone without the comfort and proximity of their loved ones brings a deep despair.
And as an American, we don't often consider the goodwill of our neighbors or parents or communities as much as we care for our own needs. And in China, they think about their family and their fellow countrymen first before they think about themselves and their own needs. We've welcomed the extra time to work on the things that we actually don't often get to.
Teaching myself new hobbies that I hadn't had time for.
Trying to be a little bit more wholesome and of the earth and self-sufficient, and there's positive sides to being stuck at home.
So, I'm a dreamer. I can dream of a whole different world, one of equality and one of environmental health.
Right now, our whole world is in this big social experiment, and we're going to learn a lot from this.
My vision is truth and information.
I really hope the world sees how precious life is.
There's many aspects of this that bring mortality close to hand for us and make us care about each other and care about the present moment and the important things.
A world in which our societies and political institutions become more just and compassionate.
We are all connected. We can utilize this global connectedness for good things too. So many beautiful things have been shared with the entire world out of this really interesting time in our history.
Maybe a good sign for the future is that we now work on this crisis globally, that we all together aim for banning this virus. And hopefully this will be the case also for other global problems like global warming or environmental problems.
So my big hope is once we see what's possible and what the benefits are, we don't go back. We continue to progress.
I hope that's the case, and I want to be part of that transition as well.
The future beckons us, the time we've all been waiting for to bring a deeper regard and reverence. This is something to look forward to and embrace.
The focus on no one is immune from this and we're all susceptible will stay in that mindset that we're all one.
Once upon a time, a young boy with a choice, sacrifice for a better life, or stay here and watch it die. Oh, and the clock was ticking, so he gambled his life, but a one-way ticket. Won't say goodbye, Havana. You got my love forever. You kiss me in my memories and haunt me with your melodies. Will I ever be back again? There was a young girl of 17 in a family, many mouths to feed, sweat and tears and a box of dreams. She said adieu to all she ever knew. Oh, and her heart was beating, so she gambled her life. And as the plane was leaving, won't say goodbye, Havana. You got my love forever. You kiss me in my memories and haunt me with your melodies. Will I ever be back again? Won't say goodbye, Havana. You got my love forever. You kiss me in my memories and haunt me with your melodies. Will I ever be back again? I won't say goodbye, Havana. You got my love forever. You kiss me in my memories and haunt me with your melodies. Will I ever be back again? I put a spell on you because you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I tell you, I ain't lying. I ain't lying. You know I can't stand it. You're running around. You know better, Daddy. I can't stand it 'cause you put me down. Oh, no, no. I put a spell on you because you're mine. You're running around. You know better, Daddy. I can't stand it 'cause you put me down. Oh, no, no, no. I lost myself on a cool, dark night. I gave myself in that misty light, was hypnotized by a strange delight under a lilac tree. I made wine from the lilac tree, put my heart in his recipe. Makes me see what I want to see, be what I want to be. When I think more than I want to think, I do things I never should do. I drink much more than I ought to drink, because it brings me back you. Summer rain falling as we made love on the hood of a lusty day. Dripping in love is now a haze, a memory I thought could not be erased. Oh, we talked until the morning light. The sun would kiss your face, I'd kiss you goodnight. Thoughts like precious stones I spend my life collecting. Now underneath the blanket warm, my treasures lay there sleeping. Forgive me, love, I've forgotten you, love. It's not my fault, yeah, it's out of my control. Hey, I've forgotten you, love, I've forgotten you, I've forgotten you, love, I've forgotten. And you're crying, baby, come back to me, baby, come back. Oh, summer tears streaming down my face, moaning the how you promised to never break. I can't explain, it seems so far away. 1,000 years ago, another time and place. Forgive me, love, I've forgotten you, love. It's not my fault, yeah, it's out of my control. Hey, I've forgotten you, love, I've forgotten you, I've forgotten you, love, I've forgotten. And you're crying, baby, come back to me, baby, come back. Forgotten you, love, I gotten you, love, canta. Forgotten you, love, I've forgotten you, I've forgotten you, love. And you're crying, baby, come back to me, baby, come back, go. Thank you. 8 a.m. I'm in the kitchen, facing me with a strong opposition. Then you go flying off, 'cause it's too hard to handle. We don't see eye to eye, no. Wish you knew I'm not trying to fight though, just trying to see through your eyes. Wish you could see through mine. I know it's uncomfortable, not saying it's not, but swallow your pride and see it isn't about who's right. It's about what's right. But if we can't talk about it, how we gonna learn from it? Will we keep repeating while the world is bleeding? If we can't talk about it, how we gonna heal from it? Are we gonna change and find a better way? Ooh. See, if we both want the same thing, why does it feel like we're always on the brink of a falling out? It's a stalemate. I know it's uncomfortable, not saying it's not, but swallow your pride and see it isn't about who's right. Ooh, it's about what's right. But if we can't talk about it, how we gonna learn from it? Will we keep repeating while the world is bleeding? Oh, 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 oh. Why do we do this? Oh, 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 oh. Why do we do this? And that's why we're here again. And even when the details change, the story ends the same. But it doesn't have to be this way. If we just talk about it, we could finally heal from this. We could finally change and find a better way. But if we don't talk about it, we're never gonna learn from this. We'll just keep repeating while the world is bleeding. Oh, why do we do this? Oh, why do we do this? I hope that you will know when all your world is crumbling that you are not alone. I catch you when you're falling. I know you'd like to think you've done it so low, so long, but now you're on the brink and looking for a hand to hold. I will walk with you, yeah. I will walk with you. When the day is sunny or brown, I'll be around. I will walk with you. I will walk with you. It's hard to know what's real when everything keeps changing. Ignored when you're not winning, then suddenly they're calling. You've got lots of friends when the river's running, but when the drought begins and everyone goes running, I will walk with you. Yeah, I will walk with you. When the day is sunny or brown, I'll be around. I will walk with you. I will walk with you. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy or girl. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor, and she sold my new blue jeans. Well, my father, he was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después. Quiero tenerte muy cerca, mirarte en los ojos, verte junto a mí. Piensa que tal vez mañana yo ya estaré lejos, muy lejos de ti. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después. Looking for my solid ground, should have seen it coming. Heaven knows I need you now, but still I'm running from you, from you. All these promises, here I go again. Quicksand, the more I fight, the deeper I fall in. I can't even hardly breathe in. Won't somebody pull me out of this quicksand? No, I can't go down again, no. Stuck inside a photograph, slow emotion. I know it's never coming back, no, but still I'm hoping for you, for you. All these promises, here I go again. Save me from this quicksand. The more I fight, the deeper I fall. How many times must I make the same mistakes? Yeah, 'cause I pay the price, sleeping in this bed I made, and it's going down. Quicksand, the more I find, the deeper I fall in. I can't even hardly breathe in. Won't somebody pull me out of this quicksand? The more I find, the deeper I fall in. Won't somebody pull me out of this quicksand? No, I can't go down again. When it's late and you're laying there all by yourself, wish I really knew what was going on beneath the shell. You try to grab all the water you can grab with your little hands. You grip so tight when it all slips away, you still don't understand. Then more isn't more. We've been here before. There's ocean enough for everyone. Take what you can, take it with you. Don't forget that could have been you. We're all going to the same place, and if you only knew we're just passing through. Ooh, we're just passing through. History is repeating. Are we even listening? Are we scared if we let go, we'll end up with nothing? Greedy minds, greedy hearts, and we're so hungry all of the time. Filling holes, everyone, so that we don't feel empty inside. The devil divides. Don't fall for the lies. Be bold like love. We're more than enough. There is nothing that is broken. Just goodness that has been forgotten. All is well and all is changing. And if you only knew, pretty sure we're on our way to heaven, just walking each other home, so we never feel alone. So why not share the road, or the life that we've been fed until we finally learn to feed ourselves? But it's time for something else. Love, love, love. Take what you can, take it with you. Don't forget that could have been you. We're all going to the same place, and if you only knew. We're just passing through. Ooh, we're just passing through.
Love unifies us. Love brings us together, right? And hate divides. And that's like something that I've really been feeling lately. And I think this song is just about, like, you know, remembering as we move forward in the future to love each other and care for each other so we can face the future together. So this is Grow.
I resisted the charms of evil's arms as she stood by my bedside, speaking in tongues And the lovers who cried won't be denied as they fight for the right to grow, to grow. Please don't turn us down, don't turn us down. Turn, 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 turn. Turn up the love, turn up and watch us sing as we grow. The future we don't know, no, unless we do it together, together. I requested to know what I did wrong, 'cause I sure didn't mean to string you along. But the blood in my body and my heartbeat, it said it's to feel a crime, a crime. Please don't turn us down, won't be turned down. Turn, turn, turn up the love, turn up and watch us sing as we grow. The future we don't know, no, unless we do it together, together. Hey. Turn up the love, turn up and watch us sing as we grow. The future we don't know, no, unless we do it together, together. Hey, turn up for this love, got nothing to hide if you're getting that feeling. Turn up for the love, take a piece of the sky if you understand. Turn up for this love, everybody can see that you're getting that feeling. Turn up for this love, turn, turn, turn up. Turn up the love, turn up and watch us sing as we grow. Futures we don't know, no, unless we do it together, together. One more time. Turn up the love, turn up and watch us sing as we grow. The future we don't know, no, unless we do it together, together. Hey. Thank you, everybody.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile.
Well, except for the Coast Guard helicopter. But it made me smile anyway.
Hi everybody, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
We're so happy to be here playing for first night for you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Soledade and this is Nate Najar.
And this is downtown St. Petersburg. What would you like to do?
We're doing, how about a bossa nova classic? Something that was very, very popular in the 1960s in the United States.
Daniela Soledade is from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She's from Rio. And so we're going to do a Rio speciality for you.
This is just a little samba built upon a single note. Other notes are bound to follow, but the root is still that note. Now this new one is the consequence of the one we've just been through, as I'm bound to be the unavoidable consequence of you. There's so many people who can talk and talk and talk and just say nothing, or really nothing. I have used up all the scale I know, and at the end I've come to nothing, or really nothing. So I come back to my first note, as I must come back to you. I will pour into that one note all the love I feel for you. Anyone who wants the whole show, re mi fa sol la si do, he will find himself with no show. Better play that note, you know. Esse sambinha feito numa nota só. Outras notas vão entrar, mas a base é uma só. Essa outra é consequência do que acabo de dizer. Como eu sou a consequência inevitável de você. Tanta gente existe por aí que fala e não diz nada, ou quase nada. Já me utilizei de toda escala, no final não sobrou nada. Não deu em nada e voltei pra minha nota. Como eu volto pra você, vou contar com a minha nota. Como eu gosto de você. E quem quer todas as notas, ré, mi, fá, sol, lá, si, dó, fica sempre sem nenhuma, fica em uma nota só. Ba bara 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 ba, vai bara 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 ba, bara ba bara 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 ba, bata bota bota bara 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 ba, bara 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 ba, bara ba bara bara bota bara ba para ba, ba bara 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 ba bara ba, bara 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 ba. La da 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 ya bara 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 ba ya ba, bara 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 ba. Ba bara ba ya bara 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 ba ya da, bara ba ta bara pa ba para para pa para para bara para pa para para bara para pa para pa para pa para ba para ba para ba pa pa para ba pa para para pa pa para pa para pa. I really enjoyed that song.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it is.
And I love playing it with you.
I love singing it with you.
We're going to do one more song for you. And once again, Happy New Year. And
Happy
thank
New
you for
Year.
joining us.
Yes.
What are we doing?
Well, I wanted to tell them we're all in white.
Oh,
Because
yes.
we're all in white because in Brazil, everybody wears white for New Year's. And I decided not to break the tradition.
Well done. What are we doing?
How about, can I call it an American standard? It's a French song, but it became an American standard, and it's also the last song that's on my album, A Moment of You, that was released last year. So, and on the album, it's just Nate and I, so you're gonna get exactly what we recorded.
Not quite. This will be better because I play better now.
Oh, great. I wish you bluebirds in the spring to give your heart a song to sing, and then a kiss, but more than this, I wish you love. And in July, a lemonade to cool you in some leafy glade. I wish you health and more than wealth. I wish you love. My breaking heart and I agree that you and I could never be. So with my very best, I set you free. I wish you shelter from the storm, a cozy fire to keep you warm. But most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love. My breaking heart and I agree that you and I could never be. So with my best, my very best, I set you free. I wish you shelter from the storm, a cozy fire to keep you warm. But most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love. I wish you shelter from the storm, a cozy fire to keep you warm. But most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love. You guys have a wonderful New Year's Eve. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Soledade. This is Nate Najar. First night, thank you so much for having us. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. See you next year.
Shake that thing, tonight, shake that thing. Something I can shake that thing, tonight, shake that thing. Finest gal I ever saw did some things against the wall. Stole my mom from my pa. I'm gonna knock on her door. Swing for me on Mardi Gras Day, tonight, swing for me on Mardi Gras Day, tonight, swing that thing. Took them out, can't drink some wine, tonight, took them out, can't drink some wine, tonight, swing that thing. Tuesday morning, went up to the ramp, looking for some scat to scan. Police put her right in jail. I'm getting out on the bail. Tootsie Mall is a big fat thing. 290, shake that thing. Tootsie now is a big fat thing. 290, shake that thing. Shake. a big fat thing. 290, shake that thing. Something more is a big fat thing. 290, shake that thing. Shake. Hitting a million in a drop-dead suit, Dutch pink on a downtown train. $2 pistol but the gun won't shoot. I'm on the corner in the pouring rain. 16 men on a dead man's chest. Now I'm drinking from a broken cup. 2 pairs of pants and a mohair vest. I'm full of bourbon and I can't stand up. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Shifter broke up by the Morgan's head. Now I'm stepping on the devil's tail. Across the stripes of a full moon's head. Through the bars of a Cuban jail. Bloody fingers on a purple knife. Flamingo drinking from a cocktail glass. I'm on the lawn with someone else's wife. Admire the view from up on top of the mast. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. eats on a Hong Kong bed, stays up on a sling and ride to the carnival is what she said. $100 makes her duck inside. Hit a million in the drop dead suit, Dutch pink on a downtown train, $2 pistol but the gun won't shoot. I'm on a corner in the pouring rain. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone. Hey little bird, fly away home. House is on fire, children all alone.
Don't tell me you don't know what love is. You're old enough to know better. You find strange hands in your sweater. Your dream boy turns out to be a footnote. I'm a man with a mission, 2, 3 editions. Yeah, I'm giving you a longing love. Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day I write the book. Chapter 1, we really didn't get along. Chapter 2, I think I fell in love with you. Said you stand by me in the middle of Chapter 3, but you were up to your old tricks. In 4, 5, and 6, I'm giving you a long love. Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day I write the book. Every day, oh, every day I write the book. Where you walk, the way you talk and try to kiss me, and you laugh in 4, 5 paragraphs. All your compliments and all your cutting remarks are captured here in quotation marks. Yeah, I'm giving you a longing love. Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day I write the book. Every day, every day, oh, every day I write the book. Don't tell me you don't know the difference between a lover and a fighter. With my pen and my electric typewriter, even in a perfect world where everyone was equal, I would still own the film rights, working on the sequel. I'm giving you a longing love. Every day, every day, every day, every day I write the book. Every day, oh yeah, every day I write the book. Yeah, yeah, every day I write the book. Every day, every day, every day, every day. I'm giving you a longing look. Every day I write the book. Oh, longing look. Every day I write the book. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Every day, every day, every day, every day, I write the book.
Now, as we count down to the new year, my contribution will be an image to manifest beautiful change and growth for the year to come. And what better way to express this type of metamorphosis than a butterfly? Let's see how it goes. Healthy and beautiful 2021.
NYE. We watched the ball drop 12 a.m. on the dot. Some people's eyes cheer of sadness, others of joy. We all make silent resolutions to be better, to love more than ever. Noticing that no matter how bad the winters, people will always need to express themselves. The poets communed online, the painters gave us how-tos, and the musicians saved our lives. When the time of need was great, the art community was there to lend its hand. Now, with this new year, that hand grasps yours, to help you off the ground like a friend after you take a spill. Brushing ourselves off, to continue on our morning walk towards the horizon, as we watch the new sun bring forth the light for a new year of abundance and blessings. As a poem by Geo's Typos.
Thank y'all so much, y'all. Good night. Y'all been the best crowd. Thank you so much. Carmel, California. We had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all want one more?
Okay. They will give you one more. We need to be shut down shortly, but thank you so much for your enthusiastic response. We love you. Just to let you know, we're off next weekend, and we're coming back with 2 more shows after that. So please check out our website for more information. And I'll get off the stage. Bye.
Want to do that? We got another one we're going to celebrate. Another one by Mr. Little Richard. Do something like this. Shake it now. Lucy, you want to yes to do it.
Lucy was not in sight. At the prison bottom, but all they left was tight. Lucy, you won't do yes to do you. You ran up and you met. I love you still.
Here right, y'all.
Woke up one morning, Lucy was not in sight. I saw prison bottom, but all they left was tight. Lucy, come back to where you belong. I'm eager to you, baby. I won't do you no wrong. So do you love me? 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 Now that I can run, watch me now. Work, work, all work it out, baby. Work, work on your driving me crazy. Work, work, go ahead and move a little slow now. Work, work. I can do the mashed potato, do the mashed potato, do the I can do the twist. Tell me, baby, tell me, baby, do you like it like it? Do you like it like this? Tell me, tell me, tell me. Do you love me? 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 Now that I can done. If you wanna dance, come and hold my hand. Let me, baby, that you understand. Baby, do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Come on, kiss me slow. Baby, tell me, I'ma let you know that. Baby, do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance?
Somebody scream, Carmel. Thank y'all so much, y'all. Good night. Thank you. Don't forget we got CDs, shirts for sale. Till next time, thank you so much, y'all. Thank you so much. It ain't over, y'all.
When I'm tired of sleeping in my bed alone, want my baby to come back home. make me to myself. My baby's in love with somebody else. Come on back to me this time before I lose my worry mind. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Having a good time, somebody say yeah. It ain't nothing but a party. It ain't nothing but a jam. It ain't nothing but a party. It ain't nothing but a jam. It ain't nothing but a party. It ain't nothing but a jam. It ain't nothing but a party. It ain't nothing but a jam. You know I was happy as a little me can be. The east side met him down the old apple tree. Oh, just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman. She'll do it every time. You can give over me money on the side. No matter what she do, she ain't never satisfied. You know, but just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman, just like a woman. She'll do it every time. Love you, boy, man, stop. Get up for the washboard, man. We got the Black Cat himself, Dwight Carey, all over Church Point, Louisiana. Somebody say Black Cat. Black Cat. Black Cat.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness, hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile.
Well, except for the Coast Guard helicopter. But it made me smile anyway.
Hi everybody, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
We are so happy to be here playing for first night for you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Daniela Soledade and this is Nate Najar.
And this is downtown St. Petersburg. What would you like to do?
We're doing, how about a bossa nova classic? Something that was very, very popular in the 1960s in the United States.
Daniela Soledade is from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She's from Rio. And so we're going to do a Rio speciality for you.
This is just a little samba built upon a single note. Other notes are bound to follow, but the root is still that note. Now this new one is the consequence of the one we've just been through, as I'm bound to be the unavoidable consequence of you. There's so many people who can talk and talk and talk and just say nothing, or really nothing. I have used up all the scale I know, and at the end I've come to nothing, or really nothing. So I come back to my first note, as I must come back to you. I will pour into that one note all the love I feel for you. Anyone who wants the whole show, re mi fa sol la si do, he will find himself with no show. Better play that note, you know. Esse sambinha feito numa nota só. Outras notas vão entrar, mas a base é uma só. Essa outra é consequência do que acabo de dizer. Como eu sou a consequência inevitável de você. Tanta gente existe por aí que fala e não diz nada, ou quase nada. Já me utilizei de toda escala, no final não sobrou nada. Não deu em nada e voltei pra minha nota. Como eu volto pra você, vou contar com a minha nota. Como eu gosto de você. E quem quer todas as notas, ré, mi, fá, sol, lá, si, dó, fica sempre sem nenhuma, fica em uma nota só. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba, ba ye ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba, ba da ba, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. La da 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 ya ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ya ba, ba da ba da ba da ba. Ba ba da ba ya ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ya da, ba da ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba ba da 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 ba ba da ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba da ba ba da ba. I really enjoyed that song.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's so much fun.
Yeah, it is.
And I love playing it with you.
I love singing it with you.
We're going to do one more song for you. And once again, Happy New Year. And
Happy
thank
New
you for
Year.
joining us.
Yes.
What are we doing?
Well, I wanted to tell them we're all in white.
Oh,
because
yes.
We're all in white because in Brazil, everybody wears white for New Year's. And I decided not to break the tradition.
Well done. What are we doing?
How about, can I call it an American standard? It's a French song, but it became an American standard And it's also the last song that's on my album, A Moment of You, that was released last year. So, and on the album, it's just Nate and I. So you're going to get exactly what we recorded.
Not quite. This will be better because I play better now.
Oh, great.
I love playing music, especially outside, and especially under a full blue moon, harvest moon. It's great to be with my Wowets. I love you guys. This is our last gig together, and I'm not going to cry. No crying allowed. Anyway, we're going to play some music. We hope you get up and wiggle and dance, and thank you for being here tonight. Thanks, First Night Monterey. We're happy to be here. Fields of Eden.
No matter what you do, I will always be with you. It doesn't matter what you do, girl. Ooh, girl, with you. No matter what you do, I will always be around. Doesn't matter what you found, girl. Ooh, girl, won't you? Knock down the old gray wall. Be a part of it all. Nothing to do, nothing to see, nothing to do. If you would give it all, as I would give it to you, nothing would be, nothing would be, nothing would be. No matter where you go, I will always be around. You tell me what you found, girl. Ooh, girl, only you. Knock down the old gray wall. Be a part of it all. Nothing to see, nothing to do, nothing to do. If you would give it all, as I would give it to you, nothing would be, nothing would be, nothing would be. No matter what you are, I will always be with you. No matter what you do, girl, ooh, girl, on you. Ooh, girl, on you.
Oh, I love you guys so much. We love you back. We're gonna play a tune called "Wicked Game." Since I have to do something wicked tonight, perhaps. I don't know. You're so good. feels so good. I'm so honored to have this band. You guys have no idea.
Don't cry.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. All right, let's do some Tom Petty. All right. It's so hard to decide. Okay. Happy 70th birthday, Tom Petty. Everybody has Tom Petty memories, don't we? So here we go. trying to get more time in. All right. Well, we have 5 minutes. I think we should do, I know. want to do Amber. Okay. Yeah. Wait, that sounded funny.
It did a little bit.
I was trying to decide which girl should we do. All right. We have to stop right at 8:30. I'm so frustrated because I have so many songs to sing. All right. So anyway, I want to feature Amber. She's just like one of the best vocalists I've ever met in my life.
Don't hype it up. Don't, just in case.
It's all true. All true.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, we want to wish you guys a happy Halloween first, but also Happy New Year 2021. And
I'll need your help on this one.
you have to wiggle, though, you promise? I can't see all you guys, so.
I know. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. A chain of food. That sounds good. Let's hear it again. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. A chain of food. Listen to my song now. For 5 years, I thought you were my man. But I found out I'm just a link in the chain. You got me where you want me. Hey, I ain't nothing but your fool. You treated me mean, child. Yes, you treated me cruel. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. Change, change, change. A chain of food. Second verse goes like this. Every chain has got a weak link. I might be weak, child, but you're giving me strength. You told me to leave you alone. My father said, come on home. My doctor said, take it easy. But your loving wasn't much too strong. I'm added to your change, change, change. Change, change, change. I'm added to your change. Change, change, change. A chain of food. Come on, Scott. Be a cool girl on that guitar now. That train is gonna break. But up until midnight, I'ma take all I can take. All right, this is your part. Sing along with us now. It goes. You told me to leave you alone. My father said, come on home. My doctor said, take it easy. But your loving wasn't much too strong. I'm headed to your change, change. Change, change. I'm addicted to your love. Change, change, change. A chain of food. Change, change, change. I'm leaving your chain. Change, change, change. A chain of food. Change, change, What? Let's hear it for 2021. Woo! All right, here we go. A chain of
You guys hear that bass line? I mean, I can't even focus when this guy's playing.
It's so good.
Greg, come on forward, honey. My husband, Greg Edenfield. Scott Dixon, Amber Guzman. This is like the finest band ever. I love you guys so much. I'm not gonna cry.
Goodbye, 2020.
Now, help us count down to get rid of 2020. We don't want any more of it, and we want all the joy and the health and the good feelings of 2021. So let's count it down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! May we all be healthy and happy. Thank you very much, First Night.
Missed a bit of that. Oh, like the car's formatting as they started to shoot. I'm like, are you fucking